let's see here. Phil and Jessica are not yet here in the meeting room. We have Jim, Kim, and PJ, along with me and Cindy. And it looks like online with us, we have Chris Barth, Chris Mern, Jill, Nichelle, and Scott. And with that, my first order of business is to introduce our new commissioner to everyone. Scott Whitlock of Whitlock Construction is taking Damon Rump's former seat. And we had a great conversation about historic districts and the commission, and we're so thrilled that he's joining us today for his first meeting. So Kim, please go easy on our new members. We like to let them ease in.
Is that what you promised?
I did. Hold on, let me get you a mic, Kim. There you go.
From Scott?
And I think if I would just like to turn it over maybe to Scott to say hi to everybody.
Yeah, well, thank you. And yeah, it's nice to be here and look forward to getting to know y'all and learning a lot from you. A little bit intimidating trying to understand everything I need to know at this point, but so like Christy said, go easy on me.
I don't have to push anything, just talk. Welcome, Scott. I have to say, no pressure, but Damon spoke highly of you, Damon and some of the other commissioners who know about you. So, don't let them down.
Okay.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much. It's
No
great
pressure.
to have you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, great. The next item on my agenda for y'all is noting that we need to plan a retreat. And so we're looking at, okay. Hi, everybody. Jessica and Phil have joined us. So, okay. So we're looking at a retreat time. I'm looking at Friday, since March has an extra week in it. We're looking at Friday, March 18th in the morning from like 9 to noon. How does everyone's schedules look? Like in the morning, like 9 to noon?
Can you say that date again, Christy?
Sure, Friday, March 18th. I verified it wasn't spring break.
That works for me, Christy.
Okay, thanks, Nichelle.
Works for me.
That works for me too.
Okay. Okay, we're getting thumbs up all around. Perfect. Well, I'll send out more information via email, and of course, we'll advertise everything on our website. But the focus of the meeting is going to be our rules for procedure. Now that we've adopted our new design standards, we need to take a look at our rules for procedure. They are sorely out of date and bring those up to speed. So it's going to be primarily a work session on that. But of course, it's open session too to talk about the commission and next steps. And so bring your ideas. Thanks.
Encouraging all face-to-face. Is it
gonna be? It's up to y'all. Guidance seems to be changing rapidly, and so I will communicate what it is in the email. Obviously, we'd love to see all your faces in person.
Especially if you bring Pop-Tarts.
But
Listen to Chris's in the show.
I know.
Yeah.
Kristen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but of course, if you're sick or you have been sick, follow all the quarantine requirements, or even if it's just you have a cold, I think we've all learned the past couple years that be vigilant. But yes, we'd love to see you in person. I'll send more information. And then the last thing, we don't have any other workshop items. I had a couple of potential projects that people wanted to share with y'all, but haven't heard from them. So maybe next month we'll have a couple of items to look at together. But the next thing I wanted to share, make sure I'm sharing the right thing, is I wanted to give everyone an update on the comprehensive plan and the UDO. And this is, I want to give a huge shout out to Jill Walker, Commissioner Walker. She really brought this to my attention that we needed to give this update to the commission and, share information and education. And I so appreciate that. One thing we are looking to do for everybody is we do have a liaison to the Planning Commission. Krista Lineberger's our liaison, and it's a new thing for us. In the past, we have always had a member of the Planning Commission be a member of the Historic District Commission, and they served for about a year. And that had pluses and minuses, right? And one of the difficult parts of that is they felt way overcommitted between all of their requirements with the Planning Commission and the committees they sat on and the long meetings that we have and our retreats. It was a lot. And they also served for about a year, and they were just kind of getting up to speed on our processes and design standards and stuff. And then they left us and we got someone new. So the mayor appointed Krista as the representative for the Planning Commission, liaison between the Planning Commission and the Historic District Commission. And since this is kind of a new role with her not being a member of the Planning Commission, we've been trying to figure out what that looks like with her role as a liaison. She has been attending, Planning Commission meetings and work sessions. I know she attended their annual retreat. So I think what we'll be working on in the future is trying to enhance the communication through between our two organizations, between HDC and Planning Commission moving forward, and working with Krista to figure out, what that looks like so that, we are more proactive with information sharing about some of these bigger efforts that are going on in the city that, of course, impact everyone individually, may have impacts with historic districts, and just so everyone's aware of what's going on. So today I'm giving a little bit longer of a presentation, updating everyone on the comprehensive plan and the UDO, because I have some really exciting news about the UDO that today is the first public kind of announcement about it. So you guys are the first to hear. So it's pretty exciting, but we are going to start with the policy map. And as everyone should know, the comprehensive plan was adopted in June of 2021. It was the first one in the city since I think the 1970s. And the comprehensive plan it's a vision document. There are policies and plans in this vision document, but the implementation of those policies and plans happens with the UDO over here on the left or on the right. And so part of the comprehensive plan is the policy map. The comprehensive plan outlined place types and different place types, which is a land classification. It basically updated the terminology for what a lot of people call a future land use map. And so the future land use map in Charlotte is now going to be called the 2040 policy map. And what they're currently working on right now is working through translating the policies and the comp plan to a map. And that's the policy map. And so you'll hear words like neighborhood 1, neighborhood 2, and that's all outlined on the policy map. There is a thumbnail at the top of the screen. The policy map is just that, it's policy. It's the vision. It is not changing any zoning on the ground. That zoning map, that's different. That is phase 2 with the implementation. So with the policy map right now, here's what it's not. So you have the comprehensive plan with the vision. The UDO is the mandatory. The UDO are the zoning ordinance, the tree ordinance, stormwater, all of the ordinances and the zoning, the implementation, the mandatory things everyone has to follow is the UDO. Place types are general principles that will eventually translate into maybe changing some zoning districts. But right now, the place type map is a tool, a planning tool, it's a vision tool, and it's conceptual. So an example is at the bottom with the concepts of the innovation mixed-use place type. And the concept with this place type is visionary, like in this place type, heights up to 6 stories, large, high degree of transparency at the ground floor, very pedestrian friendly, lots of clear glass, activating those street edges. And so all of these general concepts and kind of ideals will be then translated into specific zoning language and what those exactly mean. And they're doing that for all of the place types and all of the new zoning districts. So here is a map. This is the policy map. And they first released this in the summer. There's been 3 phases of public input. This was the second draft. It was released on January 18th. And comments on the map where people have added all these blue pins are all comments, ended on Friday, February 4th. But I do want to say just because this has ended doesn't mean you can't still take a look at the map, provide comments. They are still working through different areas of this policy map. I really want to encourage everyone to, look at your neighborhood, look at what's around you, look at the area that you work, and see what is being proposed as the policies. And again, the policy map is a translation of the comprehensive plan and creating future land use. This policy map is not changing the zoning ordinance at this time. There's no changes to the zoning ordinance. The long-range planning group shared some slides with me about their engagement, and here's just a list of all the different engagement that they've had and the timing of their engagement, and we're right here. And there's still areas to be engaged with the policy map, and I think I'll come to that in a few slides. So I also wanted to share this because their engagement was so wide-ranging. It was making comments directly on the map. They had pop-up one-on-one events where they talked with people. They had pop-up listening sessions. They had pop-up presentations. They had, you could contact them through email. And they have these 5 key engagement takeaways. And the number 1 is prioritize the preservation of single-family neighborhoods, historic districts, parks and greenways, and large campuses. So, there's a lot of information around that. The next one is focusing density near existing infrastructure. Always a good planning approach. Reducing activity centers near neighborhoods to help buffer neighborhoods from manufacturing and logistics place types. And then increase opportunities for commercial to transition to other things, and then address transitions between activity centers and neighborhoods. And you'll see that on the map. I'll go back. So you'll see things listed as neighborhood center. That's a lower intensity place than a regional activity center. The other thing I want to note is, we'll talk about this a little later, but within each of these colors are sub-zoning types. So even though something might be colored neighborhood 2, there are a number, I think I'll go back here, there are a number of zoning subtypes within that when this gets to phase 2, looking at the zoning of these areas. There are a couple of outstanding issues. Again, this information is from the long-range team, that this is what they're still working on. This is from their presentation that they gave to the Planning Commission on Monday. So this is hot off the presses information that they're still working through, some piecemeal type revisions, corrections based on data issues, human error, rezonings that have currently happened or happening, taking another look at Silver Line. And so they're still actively addressing issues on the map. But the most important thing that I want to share is the timing. So if you want to get involved, if you want to share information, they are updating at City Council on Monday. There's a planning committee update on the 15th that they're sharing feedback. And then there's a public comment session with City Council on February 28th, following the release of the final recommended map on the 21st. The Planning Commission is meeting again on the 7th, and they are receiving a summary of recommended revisions and discussion. Kathy Cornett's on the line, and if I say something wrong, Kathy, please jump in. Kathy's with our long-range team. But, comments can be made to Charlotte Future 2040 at charlottenc.gov. That's a great way to provide comments. If you're interested in seeing what comments have already been made, I'm going to switch my application. Give me 1 second here's the policy map website. They categorize all the comments received, and you can read all of the comments that they've received. Updates, like comments on the map. There's a whole page on the webpage of comments received that you can read through. And I believe they update this every couple weeks. The website's also a great tool with information. If you are interested in learning more specifics from the experts, not me, obviously I'm not the expert on place types or, their project, but there are a ton of YouTube videos with updates. I believe Kim went to a realtor session last Friday that she heard from the long range planning team. There's also the map. I will send everyone a link to the map. It's a little tricky to find if you don't put the right search in Google, but I encourage everyone to take a look at the map. Look at your area, look at, what the place types are. And then, again, if you have questions, comments, they can all be directed to the long range team. So again, really want to emphasize that this is a policy component. It is a policy tool. It's a tool to help inform zoning changes that may happen in the future. When the city goes to update the zoning map, that is a completely separate process. It's not an automatic, nothing on this policy map. They're not going to wave a magic wand and all of a sudden rezone everything to match this policy map. It's going to have its own methodology. It's going to have its own transition and own public comment input for zoning. And as you know, zoning is what impacts us. So anything on the ground determines the use. Nothing is changing. Historic districts, with all ordinances, the strongest applies, and we are the strongest. And you'll be pleased to know, I'm going to get into that in just a minute when talking about the UDO, about, how we've clarified some of that as part of the UDO. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to move right into the UDO and then take any questions. Again, I'm probably not going to be able to answer a ton of questions, but I will connect you with the proper person to talk to. Also, feel free to email me. So the UDO. UDO is the zoning ordinance. It's in process. Lots of meetings, education, outreach going on about the UDO right now. It's reorganizing everything, bringing the 8 different zoning and subdivision and district commission, all the things, bringing them all together under one roof. So it's a consolidating. This is what I was referencing earlier, just a brief look at the zoning districts. So we talked about neighborhood 1 on the place types map. You can see there's 6 different subtypes in neighborhood 1. So, and then 3 different subtypes in neighborhood 2. And again, all of this that granular detail, whether it's N1A or N1D, that happens during the zoning process. What I want to talk about today are the overlay districts, because that's us. And specifically talking about historic district overlay, and then the neighborhood character overlay, and then a third overlay that we've just added. So historic districts, note, we haven't changed anything. It was basically a reorganization and consolidation of the chapter. And we also went through and made sure that we're in compliance with 160D. Those were the main changes. There's also a clarity statement incorporated. The way it was written didn't make a lot of sense. So we clarified that historic district overlay supersedes the standards in underlying zoning districts. So we added that, but otherwise, no change. So very little impact to this commission for your current ordinance. There are new optional overlay districts that can be used in the N1 zoning districts: neighborhood character, residential infill, and cottage court. So those are really exciting. The one I know the most about is the neighborhood character overlay, and just wanted to share, what it is and what it's not. And in North Carolina, due to state law restrictions, neighborhood character, anything that's not a local district can't regulate architecture. So you can regulate setback height, where cars park, trees, but you can't regulate, materials, windows, doors, all the things that we look at. It's going to be limited to these 6 items: frontage, setbacks, height, building coverage, parking, and tree protection. And it's an opt-in, like historic districts are. It's the neighborhood petitions. There is a neighborhood character plan that's done by staff. You can't, and it's meant to preserve the existing character of the neighborhood. So it's not meant to be used as, we have 2-story homes, but we only want 1-story homes now. Like, it doesn't work that way. It looks at what's on the ground and what defines the character of that neighborhood. Is it a ranch style neighborhood that has really deep front setbacks and the zoning allows for a much shallower setback? And what's important to that neighborhood is maintaining those deep setbacks on new infill. The new district that we're adding, or would like to add, is a street side historic district overlay. And this is based on, research and conversations that came out of developing the neighborhood character overlay with Raleigh. And Raleigh has this. They only have one. They've had this in place since they finished their UDO. And their neighborhood is Glenwood, Brooklyn. They do things a little bit differently. We looked at their ordinance and we tweaked it to fit Charlotte and how we approach projects, and also to make it easier to implement. There are portions of their ordinance that were a little confusing, especially for both the commission and members of the public, for what's reviewed versus what's not reviewed. So what this does is it does not impact any current district. If a current district wants this, they have to go through the whole rezoning process to change. This is mostly for, as another option for new districts. And what it's limited to is the first 50% of the building in the front yard. So anything in the backyard, if it's not taller or wider, then the property owner can do it. If it's an accessory building in the backyard and it meets all the zoning requirements, then the property owner can do it. The one difference is if you're a corner lot, given the visibility of properties on corner lots, sorry, corner lots, but like we have for our current historic districts, it's just a higher level of review, given that you're a corner lot. So we'll look at accessory buildings on corner lots. We look at all new construction on corner lots. The nuance is if you're a vacant lot mid-block, we will only look at the first 50% of new construction. So there's a lot more flexibility here. The other reason, looking for the first 50% of the lot, front yard parking is really a big issue here, to making sure that it's at least driveways are located in the right spot. It may create some, but by reviewing up to 50% of the building, it helps that we'll be able to extend, driveways to that marker. I have some more. As staff, we just came up with this list of, okay, well, what does require, what won't require? So swimming pools, retaining walls, HVAC, solar panels on the back, outdoor kitchens, anything behind that 50%, nothing gets reviewed. The difference is right here with the dormer, if you're changing the roof above the eave line, then that gets reviewed. If you're taller or wider, then that gets reviewed. And you can see that. I thank the city of Raleigh for these images. They are from them. They are not mine. They're not ours. But we have tweaked them to match what our standards would be. The 50% doesn't include porches, so it doesn't include any unheated square footage, but porches are also reviewed. So subject to review. If there is a shed being built in this first 50% of the lot, that would be reviewed. Otherwise not reviewed. New additions wider than the house that's there, that's reviewed even if it's beyond the first 50%. And again, if the new addition is taller as well, it is also reviewed. So all the other guidelines of the district apply. The process for designating, nothing else is different. It is just the level of review and the types of projects that are reviewed that are different. With the UDO, we're right here. You have until March 18th to make comments. I will also send out the link. There's a webpage. It's an online fillable form that you can make comments about. And it's still very much in process. So that is the presentation. It's a lot of information. I'd like to open it up. I know we're at 1 o'clock, but I'd like to allow for at least a couple of minutes for questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, before you do that, I also want to just recognize John Friday, who you all know as being a gifted architect who has presented to us before, and he was chair of the Historic District Commission, also served, I believe, as chair on the Zoning Commission. And so anyway, John and Jill together just approached Christy and myself and just had some concerns and some ideas. And so thanks to you all for doing that. Why don't we kick it over to Jill to see if she has anything that she wants to add or bring up?
Well, I don't think we have enough time, really. I had a couple of questions, maybe some concerns that I'd like to mull over, but I just don't feel like we really have enough time to do that, so. I mean, I guess one of my concerns is, and I thought that the place types were a little bit more than aspirational in terms of the importance of them, that the place types that we have in the Dilworth Historic District, some of them are out of context with the streets that they're on. And in fact, don't seem to have anything historic in nature about them. So some concerns like that, just in terms of a little bit of inconsistency and wondering, if it's just error or if it's intention. So, I mean, I don't think that's for this group or for now with the time really that we have. But thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jill. Definitely continue to share those with the future land use team. They've had some conversations with me about things, and like I shared, they're still working through some of these comments with various areas. I don't have the latest and greatest update of what's been changed and what they're still working on. So that's something that Kathy might be able to speak to. And just really encourage everyone to do what Jill and John Friday, they've taken such a close look at the Dilworth neighborhood, and, I hope everyone else will take a really close look at their neighborhoods too and share any comments or concerns with the place types and long range group.
Yeah, so just to update you on where we are in the process. So we are in phase 3 of engagement. We released our first draft map on October 13th, and that first draft map was, we had over 37 hours of community conversations virtually and 40 hours in person, and received over 1,000 comments on the map. Went back, worked through those. In addition to community comments, as Christy mentioned, we worked with other departments, not only throughout the city, but also within the planning department, other divisions, such as working with Christy and Urban Design Center and Entitlement Services and all of those different divisions within our department, and work to create. The map has a methodology that it looks through the lens of our equitable growth framework. So it's not a point by point adjustments that we make. It's adjustments to the overall methodology, which then flows over into the entire city. So it may seem like, oh, well, this is a unique situation in this one particular place. And that's true, but believe it or not, there's similar situations in other parts of the city. So we went back and made adjustments to the methodology based on the comments that we'd received, and released the second draft map on the 18th, which Christy just mentioned. We had, again, listening sessions. I think we had about 27 hours of listening sessions that I know of, speaking for Dilworth individually, there were about 23 participants in those listening sessions, and many of those folks came from Dilworth and many other places as well. And then we had 2 community conversations that we offered over the past couple of weeks. The online mapping comment feature was turned off early this morning, so you can still see the comments, you just cannot make additional comments. And part of that is we need to now go through the comments that we've received and make adjustments to the map in order to release a final draft map on the 21st. So that's where we are with that. As Christy mentioned, that doesn't mean there's an end to the comment period. It's as you saw in the schedule, there's many other opportunities for comments with Planning Commission and City Council. There's a public comment period with City Council on the 28th. So there are other opportunities, but just to confirm as to where we are with the schedule, that's it in a nutshell. And all of this information is on our website, and I can probably put a link in the chat. I'm not a WebEx expert, but I can definitely figure that out.
Kathy, thank you. We have chat disabled because we're quasi-judicial. But
okay, well,
send it to me, I'll send it out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's all on our website. If you have trouble navigating to it, we're happy to help you figure that out.
Thanks, Kathy. So we're going to take one more comment/question from Commissioner Bonaparte.
Hi, I'll be quick. It's just a clarifying question. So the proposed overlay, the HDOS, I think it is that a neighborhood would be one or the other, versus the regular historic district versus street side historic district overlay? Is it one or the other, or they
Correct.
can?
Yep. You're not both. You're one or the other. And it's, again, not applied to any of our existing districts. It's just opening up another option for other neighborhoods who might want a little more flexibility than what's currently found. Good question.
Thanks, Commissioner Bonaparte. And just to reiterate, the UDO is over 600 pages, but they've done a great job filtering it down to a Cliff Notes 26-page document that you can go to get more information. There's a wealth of information out there, and I think really the most important thing that came, one of the many important things actually that came out of the discussion with John and Jill was the need to educate ourselves. And there are a number of places where you can get this information. They are throwing this information at us. In fact, as Christy said, I attended one for realtors on Friday. And so please make sure that you're educating yourself. It's not just Dilworth. DCA is definitely showing up the way they typically do in serious form. But, you know, there's 7 of our districts, and so we all need to get involved. We cannot represent anything, any way of thinking as a body, but we can as individuals, and we all have contacts and ways of getting our points across. So please do so. And if you need additional information, I'm sure that Christy can provide that. Yeah.
And also, since I've spent so much time studying it, I would be happy to answer anybody's questions individually. If you want to email me, I'm more than happy to give you what information I have as a general resident and customer.
Thanks, Jill Walker. Okay, Christy.
Okay. Well, that's all I had. Thank you, everybody. And just again, Jill, thank you. Thank John Friday. You know, and I should apologize. I should have, you know, updated y'all way sooner. But like I said, we're working to fix that and figure out ways to keep lines of communication open as these processes continue. So thanks everybody so much. I'm going to switch over now to our agenda if we're ready.
Why don't we take a 5-minute little
5-minute.
bathroom break and get ready? All right, so we'll be back at 1:16.
Okay, thank you. Hello, this is Christy. I'm so sorry for the delay. We having some technical difficulties, but we are getting reconfigured here in the meeting room, and it's going to be just a few more minutes until we get started. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for your patience as we work through some technical issues here on our end. We're going to get started. This is Christy Harpst, Program Manager, and I'm going to kick it over to Kim Parati to do her chair's introduction and swearing in. So if you are an applicant and one of your cases is being heard first here, please pay close attention to our chair, Kim. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the February 9th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:32 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Phil Goodwin, Jim Hayden, Jessica Hindman, and PJ Henningsen, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Nichelle Bonaparte, Chris Murin, Scott Whitlock, and Krista Lineberger will be joining us later. Also present are Christy Harpst, Cindy Gohannick, Candace Leidy, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Thomas Powers, Linda Keach, and not Candy Thomas, but Marianne Aguirre. Thanks, Marianne. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be reviewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool, and please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and the HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said
or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay, so brief announcements. Agenda item number 1 and item number 15 are deferring and will not be heard today. So we're going to jump right into agenda item number 2, which is 2127 Sarah Marks. Alan Brooks, are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, Alan. Were you just sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we're not gonna hear from Alan because this is a consent agenda item unless a member of the public who no one has reached out to me about this project or a member of the commission wishes to remove it from the consent agenda. So Kim, over to you.
Excuse me?
Oh, Jill?
Yeah, I wasn't sure, because I've never done this before, what juncture I should have requested this, but I would like to request that this be brought before the full commission.
Okay, okay.
For
This would be the
for reasons
juncture.
that I don't feel the project meets design guidelines. I think that was in the rules for procedure 10.4.1.
Yes, great. Okay.
Okay, so then should we vote on that? Is that what we're doing? Okay.
You vote to
All
remove.
right, so then, Jill, why don't you make a motion to take this off the consent agenda?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to remove item number 2, 2127 Sarah Marks from the consent agenda.
All right, do we have a second for that motion?
Second?
Seconded by Jim Hayden. Thank you, Commissioner Hayden. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. PJ,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
let's see here, Nichelle,
Yes.
Chris Murin,
Yes.
Chris Barth,
Yes.
Scott Whitlock,
Yes.
all right, that's everyone, yes? And Kim Parati, yes. So motion to take the number 22127 Sarah Marks off the consent agenda passes 9-0. All right. So then that means that we need to go on to the next one and then come back to this or hear it fully now.
It means you just take it off and you hear it fully now.
All right.
Okay, so this project is for changing windows on a formerly enclosed front porch. The existing windows are 6-light casements and they're being changed to single light to give the enclosure a more open appearance. The windows are sash kits. There are no changes to trim. There are photos on slide 4. The windows in question are hidden by vegetation. They're over here on the left. You can see them a little better through the tree right here. It is a formerly enclosed front porch and a better view here of the current windows that exist on slide 6 and slide 7. And then the drawings are shown on slide 8 with the new proposal for the replacement windows at the bottom on the proposed left and the proposed front elevation. Alan, I'm going to turn it over to you to explain anything else you would like to about the changes to the windows in this former front porch. And if you would state and spell your name for the court reporter and your address, please.
Yes. Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte. And well, the simple simplicity of it is the current windows in the enclosed porch are not well manufactured windows, and it does have the behind the glass mullions, and so it was a simple matter of changing out the windows so the fenestration would not be in conflict with the existing window mullion patterns of the other windows. And that was the simplicity of this, this change. So other than any other questions, I'm not sure if, as you can see in the photograph on the slide now, where the E bracket comes down to in front of the window, I'm not sure if that's something that brought this to, in conflict, but I mean, it was something that was done formerly. So I'm just not sure where's what I need to explain beyond that. So I'll turn it back
Okay,
over.
Alan, why don't we ask? We don't have anyone on the line who wants to speak for or against this.
I was just informed there are 2 unknown callers on the line.
Okay.
So I'd like to just go to them. Callers, are you calling in about this project? 2127 Sarah Marks.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Perfect. Then I will kick this over to Commissioner Walker.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Alan, were you able to determine when the addition was filled in, where this original porch was?
No, it was not.
Yeah, I asked that because I'd be curious. I would imagine that the windows that existed were probably matching the windows on the right side of the house, those being the 6/1s. That would be a typical thing. It would be good to know that, just to know what was there.
Yeah, to my knowledge, if you go back to street views of this particular house, as far back as like 2004, 2007, from the Google search, it does have the open porch, which is the screen porch, I think, best as I can tell, and there were a different configuration of columns there. So it was done years ago, and I'm not sure exactly when.
And another question is there a reason why you wouldn't, or the owners would not have wanted to consider the 6/1 configuration on those windows when they replace them?
Well, as has been an issue or a topic from other solutions for porch enclosures, that would be a change, an alteration that would misconstrue that putting historical referenced windows in an opening would give a false sense of history to make it look as it were original. So that was not a solution that that I felt was appropriate to recreate history, as has been questioned before. And it would tend to add busyness there as well, I think.
Okay, thank you. Jill?
Did you want to go over there are other parts of this project where you're changing window configurations on this house. Did you want to go over those at all?
Oh, yes, if you, yes, I can. The not pertaining to the back, but to the left elevation further back to the rear. That was also an enclosed porch, an open porch at one time, like a kitchen porch. And it had inappropriate windows that were put there that not of the period, not of the fenestration, the mullion pattern. And so in the event of the addition, which is proposed for the back, that would be staff approved, I understand. that was the placement that would be best for the electrical because of the situation with trees and everything in the rear yard. And so in the same venue that it was originally an open porch, that the window would match what was proposed on the front open porch to keep some continuity of history telling of the house, and a change that would be beneficial to the house and its future generations, having sort of adding an appropriate addition for the back and having the electrical in appropriate place.
So just so I can be clear here, it was kind of hard for me to follow this presentation because the existing and proposed housing sides are not, they don't like line up with each other. So I found myself with my small laptop screen having a hard time to look at both and try to compare them. I can see them both here on the screen right now, but it looks like on you're changing on the left what are those? 4/4/4 is open, existing to. Yeah, so those are 2/2s, 2/2s, and then you're proposing to eliminate one of those windows entirely and then replace the other one with a clear window without mullions.
Correct.
Right. And then the right side, there was no changes, I don't think, on windows on the right side of the house.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the rear, the first floor and second floor, it looks like, are both, those are all clear windows. I think that pretty much is all of the window changes that you're proposing for this house. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation? Yes, Jessica.
Ellen, this might be a simple question. Staff has noted these as sash replacements on the front. And I certainly appreciate the improvement upon the nonconformance of the GBGs that we're looking at there. They look like they're casements. Can you just explain whether they have a frame within the frame or whether you can pop in a sash replacement there?
We should be able to, but some may be casement.
If they're not casement, are they fixed?
Some may be fixed, some may be fixed.
Okay, but the intent is to use the existing frame configuration and only be replacing sashes, whether that's casement or fixed.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Any other questions before we close? Going once, going twice? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Walker?
I just had a quick question. What does GBG stand for, Jessica?
So it stands for grills between the glass, and it's a popular type of window where the panes of glass are one pane on the exterior and interior, and the divisions are a piece of plastic that's sandwiched between the two panes. You've seen them elsewhere, but not in the historic districts, obviously.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Jill, you wanted to take this off of consent because you had some concerns. Do you want to share those?
My concerns were, I'm not comfortable with the explanation or the reasoning behind the window change, especially on the left front side of the house, given, I think, what was originally on the house before that porch enclosure. And so I wasn't sure that actually followed the design guidelines.
I'm going to need you to help me with this because I thought that it was a porch that was enclosed with windows, and they were switching those out to make to make the porch seem more like a porch, which is what guideline or our standard 4.8 number 6 says. If enclosure of a front, side, porch, or balcony is required for a new commercial use, the enclosure should be designed to ensure that the historic character and features of the porch are preserved, and the project is completely reversible. Porch enclosures should be designed to include as much glass as possible with the front thermal wall of the house and original porch features visible from the public realm.
That's
So,
another way to look at it.
yeah. All right, any other comments about this particular project? Oh, yes. Commissioner Murin.
Yeah, I was just I was looking closer at the windows and they look like there's like some type of sliding windows, like that there's 4 panes. Because when we started talking about them being casements, I wasn't sure how they got that exhaust line in that looks like to a dehumidifier on that first window on the corner. So I think that at this point that the whole like the sash pattern, for lack of a better term, is going to be removed. Yeah, if you zoom in a little closer, you can see how at the bottom you've got the pane furthest back, and then they kind of tear out. So the top plane or the top one of 4 is completely out at the frame or the back part of the frame, I guess, where the window is. But then you see how they just kind of step back. So I think at this point it'd be a some type of removal or replacement of all those, because if not, you're still going to have 4 lights, which I am for, because of what we just heard that you read, Kim. But just in general, that trying to bring this back to a different aesthetic of the house and something that really kind of calls on this. This was a front porch, and it will be again. And I wouldn't be mad if they scrape away those shakes at the bottom either, but that's not on today's docket.
Maybe next application. Okay, all right, thank you, Commissioner Murin. Any other comments before we get a motion passed? All right, who wants to make a motion? Commissioner Walker?
No.
Commissioner Heineman?
I'll make a motion based on the reduction in the non-conformance of the previously enclosed front porch and the removal of non-conforming window types. I move to approve this application.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hayden.
Can we cite some guidelines, please?
I'm basing it on the reduction in the non-conformance. So it's still a porch enclosure, but it's reducing the non-conformance of the porch enclosure. Do I just cite the porch enclosure?
Which goes with the one that
Kim, can you tell me since you've got it open?
Sure, 4.8, number 6.
4.8, number 6, please.
And you can even do 4.8, number 5.
.8, number 5. Yeah, actually, I'm just going to stick with 4.8, number 6, because we do have on Google Street View the images of the old porch, and it's still a reduction in nonconformance, but it's not actually preserving the character and features of the historic porch.
Okay,
So I'm only going to do 4.8, number 6, please.
Commissioner Hayden, are you still good with that?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
Yeah, one question. Do we need to add a clause about staff to approve the window detail?
I think staff will bring it back to us if they believe it's problematic in any manner, correct? Yeah, I don't know that do we need to add that for you? No, okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
No.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes. Hold on,
Yes.
3, 6. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Bonaparte. I
Yes.
apologize, Commissioner Bonaparte. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Motion passes 9-1. Thank you.
Our next application is also a consent agenda item, but just in case, I want to make sure the applicant is with us. Scott Parks, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Scott.
Before you go on, Christy, I got a letter on this one, so I have to recuse.
Okay. PJ, you're up for this one. Scott, were you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So this is a consent item for an accessory structure. And the reason it's on here is due to visibility down the driveway. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to PJ. I think we still have 2 callers on the line. I'm going to check with them and make sure they're not calling in about this project. Okay. Callers, are you calling in about 524 Grandin Road?
No.
No? Okay. Is there another caller?
This is Scott.
This is Scott. I don't know.
You are the other caller. Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if my computer's picking up.
Okay, maybe mute your computer, or if this is showing, on YouTube, maybe mute that. PJ, over to you.
Sure. We'll make a motion to see.
Oh, I think you just asked the commission if there's anyone that wishes to take it off, and if so, then that person would make the motion.
Okay. Great. Commissioners, is there anyone that wants to take this application off the consent agenda? Okay. All right. So it stays on the consent agenda.
You're not allowed.
So since you're chair, we need someone to make a motion, okay?
Commissioner Hyman, would you make a motion, please?
Sure. I move to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for accessory buildings with the following qualifications. The applicant is to provide manufacturer specifications for the new doors and windows that meet the HDC standards. The applicant is to provide final drawings that show the roof and window trim details correctly on the plans. The applicant is to provide updated floor plans and elevations to show accurate stair construction details. The applicant is to provide rear yard permeable open space calculations, and that the windows are to be true individual units to coordinate with the house and not pre-mold clusters.
All right, commissioners, is there a second on the motion?
Second.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we're going to welcome our chair back from her recusal for the next item. The next item is on consent, but we received information from a neighbor who wants to speak on the project, and that is also part of the agenda supplement, so I'll pull that information up. I think Jeremy, the property owner, is presenting. Jeremy, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. Were you sworn in?
Yes, I was, and I answered positively.
Perfect, thank you. I'm going to start and just share a little information about the project, and then we'll turn it over to you. So the project is for a swimming pool, and I want to start with a map. So the front of the house fronts on East Kingston here. So this is the front entry, and you can see that there is no rear yard at all. This is a non-conforming lot, and it's very unusual. So they're seeking to put a swimming pool in the side yard over here. There are some other features like an outdoor kitchen and some fencing changes. The staff recommendation had a number of items recommended for conditions because of the creation of the front yard parking and the changes to the driveway. With that, Jeremy, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk through your project. I have your presentation pulled up, and starting with the picture of the front of your house. If you would, state your name and your address for the court reporter, and please spell your name for the court reporter.
First name Jeremy, Jeremy. Last name Picard, Picard. Home address 301 East Kingston Avenue. So what I'll do here is work through a couple of the highlights with regards to the plan and what we've pulled together here. But I do just want to make a note with regards to something that was just said in the opening. This project is not creating front yard parking area. That already exists on the property. So I just wanted to make sure to point out that clarification as we begin to look through the presentation, that the driveway area that is shown on the plan already exists. We are modifying. So just to provide that clarification.
Thanks,
So,
Jeremy.
yes.
Thank you. Okay. I have switched to slide 8. Would you like me to move back to 6? Where would you like to start?
Let's start. That's perfect where you are right there. Yes.
Okay.
So with regards photos from left to right, the first photo shows the street view of the property, the subject property. It is on the corner of 301 East Kingston Avenue, right on the corner of Cleveland Avenue, as indicated in what we already looked at. The property, based on previous modifications, does not have rear yard. The center view photo here of the property shows the side yard. In the side yard area is where we are proposing to make the modifications. No changes as part of this effort are to occur on kind of what I would call the outside existing area of the fence line. That was pre-installed and is not intended to be modified as part of this effort, along with the oak tree, the willow oak that you see right on the side there where the wrought iron fence is. The last picture on the right on this first slide again shows the property looking from a diagonal from our neighbor's property at 307 East Kingston. So this looks from their front house into where that willow oak is and the side property is, along with vegetation existing of a holly tree in other areas. So again, not modifying that existing structure or area. Next slide, please. Okay, and this slide here, again, it just shows more of the existing conditions. And what I wanted to, again, point out here, the first picture on the left-hand side is just a close-up of where that wrought iron fence is looking into that side area. The center photo shows the wrought iron fence right where the willow tree is on the corner of the property. And this picture on the right here shows the existing driveway from inside the current fence line. So this is an area that is currently used for parking and was installed, my understanding, greater than 15 years ago when the previous revisions and modifications to the property were completed. So again, we're not modifying what is currently there from a parking perspective. Okay, the next slide just shows again the existing plan details for the current property and plot. I believe the zoning identified here is R5. So everything that we've kind of moved forward with is consistent with that. I'm sure you've seen these details from what we looked at previously. Next slide, please. So one of the things from the property, so here's the site plan and proposed design area. What you can see is, I guess, to highlight the comments that were made, that cars that are currently shown in that area, that is existing driveway. That is not part of this proposed plan. The lawn area, which is adjacent to the car parking, is the existing lawn area. The modifications in that area really are just updating vegetation. The areas that we're looking at are, if you see in the back area where the covered area is, as indicated, the grilling and somewhat of kitchen area is to be along the line there. The pool spa area is in the center area. And I know that we call them pools, but I guess the way that we are envisioning this project is more of creating a Charleston garden type of setting with a, what they're termed now either a cocktail pool or a spool, standing for small pool. Adjacent to the pool, so separating kind of the private area of what we're using in the side yard to the side yard that is existing against Kingston Avenue. You can see we have proposed vegetation and a fence line that would trunk and cut off the existing parking area and run along to the new fencing, which will run between the properties, our property at 301 and our neighbors at 307. For reference, in the back area where there's proposed kitchen area, there is an existing chain link fence area that is our neighbor's fence on 307. And the existing chain link wrought iron fence that runs from the willow and the column that you saw in the previous photograph stops about a third of the way down the property. So it does not run the entire way between the 301 and the 307 properties. It runs about 15 feet and then is terminated against the neighbor's property. So the addition of the fencing between the two neighborhoods here is proposed new fencing. Next slide. Keeping with the architectural details and the design, obviously this is a 1900 Victorian, a very unique property. We are going to maintain kind of the existing brick that is used around the property, both for the foundational accents as well as the columns that hold the existing wrought iron fence. So there are brick columns around the property right now that are used as the pillars for the wrought iron fence, and we're going to maintain that architectural design with that, with brick going forward based on the dimensions shown here. Next slide. Again, just showing kind of the details of what we're looking at from a use perspective. Grill area and smoker area will be akin to what's shown here. The fence gate, so the proposed fence between the existing driveway and the private space that will create in that side yard. This is a photo in the center of the existing fence, which is a wrought iron gate. We're proposing to match this fence in the addition new fencing to create the private area, and the line between the side yard front lawn and the side yard pool private area is intended to be a masonry fence there. Next slide, please. Just giving a kind of visual representation of what we're thinking from a small pool perspective. The entirety of the pool dimensions that we're looking at will encompass approximately 380 square feet. And the border of the pool area will use kind of red brick consistent with the existing conditions. These photos here are similar project. That was done, I believe, in the fourth ward. But it gives some understanding of the kind of the sizing of the pool area that's anticipated with this effort. Next slide, please. 2 points just for reference. There's an existing storage shed on the property in the back corner. We'll either maintain or upgrade that shed area. We really would like to repurpose, but we'll have to see. And from an aesthetic purpose, we may look to upgrade, but right now we're hoping to maintain the existing shed. And from a ground cover perspective, what we're looking at is permeable pavers for the ground cover. And potentially installation of artificial turf. We haven't decided on the exact specifications of that material yet. Obviously, we can share that, but the area that we're looking at is approximately 629 square feet that we're proposing for the turfing and the paving area. And again, that is the area around the kitchen and pool cover area behind where the new fencing area is proposed. I believe that shows all of the slides and details. I can get into more detail if there's specific questions, but with that, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeremy. Chrissy, we have someone who wants to speak.
We have a caller on the line. Caller, are you calling about this project?
No.
No. Okay. We did have someone who sent in supplemental information, and let me pull that up. I'm not sure if he's with us. Curtis. Curtis, are you with us?
I'm muted. Oh, there. Yes, I am with you.
Ah, yes. Hi, Curtis. Curtis, were you sworn in?
Yes, I was.
Perfect. Okay, so I have your information pulled up as part of the agenda supplement. And before you get started, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, and please spell your name for the court reporter, and then you can start with your comments.
Thank you. Curtis Crummell, 307 East Kingston Avenue in Charlotte. My name is Curtis Krumel. And I live at the adjacent property to where this is going on. We've been here for 24 years, so seeing this house go from, well, we've seen the whole neighborhood come a long way. And I hate that I had to say, I was calling in opposed because we're not opposed to this project. We're happy for our neighbors. Jeremy and Kristen and their family is terrific. There's no acrimony here that I'm aware of, certainly not on our side, but we did have some concerns. We just saw these plans for the first time about a week ago now. And so I apologize if I overdid it and went places that are not in your purview. I'll leave that, for your decision, but I did want to state our objections up front, just so that, we've all been through plans, I guess, and don't want plans go too far before changes have to be made and, make changes as we go. So with that said, I guess maybe the most interesting thing that came of this was I was not aware of the existing fence encroachment on my property until I started looking at this, literally this past weekend. I don't know, there was a survey done in the past couple of years, and I don't know if that was from Jeremy and Kristen's project or something else, but it did mark and expose the iron property stakes. And when I started looking at exactly where this project was going, I noticed this encroachment. And so there is some landscaping going on along this fence, and it may not, is not considered a part of this project. That's fine, but it's definitely an issue that's going to need to be taken care of between the Picards and us and maybe HTC, but it is as much as 10 inches, not 10 feet, sorry, 10 inches over the property line. And it's one of those brick columns. It's on the second page of my supplement. Just, like I said, I'm not a surveyor. I don't intend this to be exact, but the 10 inches that the column is over is undisputable. And the fence on the other side of that, the wrought iron fence on the other side of that first view, as you can see from the picture on page 3, is also significantly over. When Jeff Douglas and his wife Ann built this fence, we kind of made a deal with them that they could save money by stopping the fence at the corner of my house and putting a gate there, because I had reservations about having a fence 3 feet from my house. It gets in the way of maintenance. You can't put a ladder up there and work high. It makes things difficult. And I'm a big believer in being able to do on your property what you want to do. And if things come right up to the line, but they don't bother anybody, they don't, hurt anybody or anything, I'm great with that. And that's how I look at this whole project. But I traded out a gate against my house for a fence that didn't go in, and now the fence is going in. So with having to move this fence back to onto the Picard's property, I have to deal with that. But again, this may not be your purview, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. This is putting a 6-foot wall 3 feet from my house, and that's where the property line is. That's great. I would like to see in the proposal a specific setback for that wall, whether it's 3 inches, 4 inches. My fence that Jeremy referred to is 8 inches off the property line on my side in the back. I don't know if that's a common measurement, but that's where it is. But what I would very much not like to see is that fence be partly put accidentally on my property and have to be moved after the fact. I think a planned setback is wise. Again, your regulations and legalities, I'm not the expert there. I've texted back and forth to Jeremy about the potentially connecting the fence. He said there's no connection to the fence in the back, so and to my fence in the back. So that's not an issue. I did have a question about putting the shed there, and really, this is just to bring up the issue so that I don't want the Picards putting in their pool pumps and stuff in the shed. I kind of assumed that's probably what the shed was going to be repurposed for, although maybe incorrect there. But if they put that within a required setback, and you can see from what's on the screen now, the setback looks to be just on the other side of the wall, so a foot, maybe a little bit more from the property line. So if they're planning to be plumbing going into that shed, best to figure out where it needs to be now. So I just wanted to bring that up. If it's on his property, I don't care. It's not really, I don't pretend that to be my business. And I think that with everything else, I'd leave the rest to any questions anybody might have about what I presented. Again, I apologize if I went overboard on what I presented. I've wanted to get everything I could out there just so there weren't any questions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. All right. Jeremy, if you want to speak to some of those, the points that Curtis made, now you can.
Sure, I can just touch on them. Certainly there's close proximity to these properties here. With regards to the first point, which shows, I guess if you scroll up in the additional items that Curtis provided to his first photo, the comment I'll make there, it's the first photo in Curtis's information that shows the stone pillar or the brick pillar between the properties. It looks like number 5 there.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Yankee. Yeah, if you're scrolling, so there does appear to be a survey marker there. I will say that I have not surveyed the property since we purchased it. So whether that's, I don't know where that marker is from. It's not for anything we've done for this project. So it would have had to either been when we purchased the property, or if something, which was 8 years ago, or whether there was something done previously for another nearby property. I can't speak to that. So I can't speak to that survey as to whether that's accurate or not. What I will say with regards to that pillar, the wrought iron fence that runs and is seen in the other photos does run in the middle of that pillar. That pillar is, that's 7.5-inch brick. So I think we're about 18 inches, 18 by 18 on that pillar there. So that's just from a perspective of sizing and if there is encroachment, where it would be occurring. Scrolling down to Curtis's next photo, please. Yeah, I mean, that's showing where the existing gate that he agreed to with the previous property owner. I can't speak to where that fence was put. That was done long before we purchased the property. Scrolling down the next photo, this is exactly where the property is. It shows the holly bushes there, and the fence would obviously be on our property to the right-hand side. With regards to the comment on the shed area is not intended to maintain pumping equipment. The shed is kind of what it's currently for: garden tools and other materials that not having a garage, I'm storing in the shed. So the intent there is not to put the plumbing in there. From a plumbing perspective, we're looking at putting the plumbing closer to where kind of some of the existing HVAC units or other information are. So we're not intending to put that on property lines. So again, in that photo there, if you scroll up on that photo, but I'm just not seeing the whole view. I'm sorry. So it's slide 8. But yeah, so where the shed is identified on the top, on that is not intended to be where the plumbing would be.
They only have partial there, Jeremy. I think it's slide 11 that shows the shed.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, I misspoke. Yeah, so that shed area that you're shown in his information, that's not intended for plumbing.
All right. Thank you,
that,
sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry. So I think that covers everything there.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. Curtis, do you have additional questions?
No, happy to answer whatever
Okay,
might come up.
all right. Chrissy, do we have any other callers?
No other callers.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions of Jeremy? Commissioner Henningsen?
Jeremy, question for you. In your application, you mentioned artificial turf. Are you asking for approval for artificial turf now or sometime later?
So my expectation would be is that I would probably need to provide you design information on the proposed pavers and turf. So I guess this is, we are still evaluating that phase of the project. My understanding is that you would probably have approval on artificial turf. So that would be something that we would need to come back with design specs. I'm glad to take approval now, but I expect that you're going to want to see some specifics.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other commissioners, questions, comments? Anything we need to discuss with Jeremy before we close?
Yeah. Question about your front yard parking. I mean, does that really get used for front yard parking?
Every day. Absolutely. So Kingston Avenue, this part of Kingston Avenue, in the 300 block, I believe if I do the math in my head real quick, there are only 3 houses on this block with driveway access. Everyone else is doing residential street parking. I believe so. Of the quick math, 20 houses on the street, there are only 3 with driveways. So yes, there is minimally 1 car parked in that driveway, oftentimes 2 because of needs and demands on the street. And I think Curtis can even attest to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions, commissioners? Let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Hayden.
The c- staff commentary in their report speaks to changes that they think we need to suggest to be made, including making the gate back into the pool area wide enough for a car to be able to drive back in there, and reconfiguring the pool and that sort of thing to accommodate that. I can't believe they would ever do that. I mean, to think they're going to drive a car back by that pool would require another fence to be probably meet code. So I'm not sure that that's a realistic expectation on the part of this, since it's already being used for parking in that front of the lot. I'm just not sure we need to ask them for that. So while I don't like the fact that that's, front yard parking, I mean, the reality is it's there. It's been there for a long, long time. It's actually not unattractive the way it's designed and executed. So I have gotten to be okay with it. I wasn't when I first started looking at the project, but as I've spent time on Kingston, it seems like a reasonable thing. I do believe that I don't know how much jurisdiction we have over property line issues. It seems as though the design needs to be reflective of the actual on the ground property line. And so if there are, intrusions into the adjacent property from the existing fencing and that sort of thing, they need to resolve that and get it documented on a survey and agree to it and everybody sign off on it, so that, the next time somebody sells a property, a lawyer doesn't make a lot of money on trying to resolve that. They need to do that now, and make sure that all of that is copacetic. I would be concerned about and would like to know where the plumbing is going, because pool plumbing makes noise and it has the potential to be a problem for adjacent property owners.
Right. Those are all, I think, legitimate concerns, but unfortunately, not ones that we can speak to.
I understand. I just, I think that the realities are, the details that are being asked for, I think, are valid, but the details need to reflect a proper execution according to what ought to happen, not maybe what's existing out there right now.
Okay. It appears that Jeremy wants to say something, so let's reopen and allow him that time. Jeremy?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the comment from the commissioner, because with regards to the staff recommendation 2.C, he's absolutely right. If that were going to be the request of this to go forward, we likely would shelve the project. From a functionality standpoint, what we're trying to create with this is some private space in the yard area that's not necessarily constantly visible to the street, and having to open a double fence gate to pull a car back there or vice versa. That's not what we're really intending to achieve with this project. So the comment from the commissioner is accurate, that would likely be something we would not continue with.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Before we close, Commissioner Walker, did you have a question for Jeremy?
No, I didn't have a question. It was just a comment.
Okay,
When we
well,
close.
why don't we close? We'll reclose. And then Commissioner Walker, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Yeah, the only thing I wanted to point out is in the original plan, there was parking along the side of the house, not to the front of the house. And the placement of this pool will preclude that in the future, which may or may not be okay. I just think it's important for us all to consider that, since I believe it was that house I always get that street mixed up, on Isleworth over by Sarah Marks, that had to reconfigure a lot of their project in order to accommodate parking along the side of their house rather than in front. That, I'm just throwing this out there for us all to consider.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Any other comments? Based on our design standards, does this application, does this project adhere to our standards? Commissioner Henningsen?
My comment would be no, because we're creating front yard parking. They currently have the ability to pull one car to the rear of the house. And by putting a gate in and putting a pool there, now we've got front yard parking. So I would say no.
Commissioner Heineman?
I think the complication with the standards that we're bound to is we're reducing the available parking and creating a mandate for front yard parking. So it's not that it doesn't currently exist or they don't currently use it that way. It's that in its current state, it is possible to pull past the thermal wall of the house. And in its proposed state, it is not possible to pull past the front wall of the house. I think there's a lot to love about this project, and it's certainly an incredibly complicated site with a lot of constraints. But I think if this is the direction the applicant wants to go in to create this courtyard, which sounds incredible and very much in keeping with the context, it may require a willingness to lose the driveway, because we are not permitted in this context to mandate a front yard parking situation.
Sure, okay. Yeah,
Or have the driveway, if we see fit as an exception, have the driveway, like the staff comments say, turn that gate into a driveway so that one car can be pulled up into the front of the covered area. Again, we're
I
starting to
think,
get into designing. but-
Yeah, well, you're correct. I think what's outside of our jurisdiction is the health department requirements for the fence enclosure. And that's going to create a domino effect because of the health department requirements.
So let's not get into designing it for them. So
Correct.
if there are options, maybe a continuance for reconsideration to keep things moving?
So the suggestion would be to continuance to either provide parking for at least one car past the thermal wall of the house or remove parking from the front yard.
or, so the parking is in the front yard, right? So to your point, Jessica, if they go through with the project as is, then there are no options other than.
That's what we're not allowed to do.
Yeah.
That's what we're
Yeah.
not permitted to do legally.
Right. So we typically give people try to work with our neighbors and give them another shot based on our standards. PJ?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, please.
So I'd like to make a motion to continue this application based on standard 8.2, number
6.
3 says Commissioner Bonaparte.
No, 6.
6.
Thank you, 6.
Thank you,
Based
Commissioner.
on standard 8.2, number 6, paraphrasing, no front yard parking and all driveways must extend to the rear of the building. So we're continuing this for that standard. We would like to have the applicant come back with another design that it helps achieve that.
Okay. Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Henningsen. Seconded by, seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. All right. Any discussion of the motion? Further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0. Thank you, Jeremy.
Great. Our next application is 325 and 331 East Boulevard. This is also on the consent agenda, but I do want to make sure that the applicant, John, is with us and has been sworn in.
Yes, I have been sworn in.
Hi, welcome, John.
Thank you.
So this project was approved by the commission. It's a multifamily project at 325 and 331 East Boulevard. In a record amount of time for multifamily projects, I think it was 3 meetings. They have since gone back and completely engineered the project. And due to topography and engineering, they need to increase the height of the building slightly, which staff doesn't have the ability to sign off on. So this request is before the commission as a consent item because it's such a minimal change. So with that, I'm going to ask if the caller on the phone is calling in for this project.
No. No.
Caller, can you tell us what project you're calling in for?
For the next one, 2010 Plaza.
Okay, thank you. Is this Elise?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. Hi, Elise. Okay. So no one calling to speak in. Over
Okay.
to you.
All right, commissioners, any objections to keeping this item on the consent agenda? All right. Well, let's get a motion floated. Let's get a motion made. Why don't we, Commissioner Barth, why don't you take this one?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve this consent agenda, item as presented as it adheres to our guidelines.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barth.
Commissioner Barth, would you please cite the guidelines that might be listed on page 2 of the staff memo? The citation I'm looking for is that it meets the standards for new construction, chapter 6.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as presented as it follows guidelines for new construction, chapter 6. Standards for new construction, chapter 6, excuse me.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next application is 2010 The Plaza. Elise, I know you're with us by phone. Is Tim, have you joined us too, or Panchali? Elise, is it just you presenting?
Yes, could you hear me? It's just me today.
Okay. Elise, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so the next application is 2010 The Plaza. There are some design changes. This is also a multifamily project. You'll recall the commission approved it back in May 2021, so not quite a year ago. What they've done is they are also in the engineering phase, and they are just looking at building 1 right now. You'll recall there are 4 buildings on the site, and what they're looking for from the commission is guidance that they're on the right track with their proposals for building 1, and a sign off by the commission for building 1. To them, it's an indication that you'd be open to similar changes for buildings 2, 3, and 4. So that's why before you, the plans are just of building 1. The proposal is some changes, some material changes, HVAC location changes, roof and fenestration changes. So with that, I don't think we have anyone else on the line. Oh wait, we have one new unknown caller. So we'll talk to them first and then I'll turn it over to you, Kim. If you've called in would you please let us know if you'd like to, if you're calling in to speak on this application?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me what application you're calling in for?
Yeah, 2200 Charlotte Drive.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. We'll get to that. That is 3 applications from now. So hang tight. Okay, over to you, Kim.
Okay. Do we have any commissioner who wants to remove this from the consent agenda? Yes, Commissioner Heineman?
Yeah, I would love to remove this one from the consent agenda for full discussion. The scope of and extent of the changes are significant, and I'd like the applicant to walk us through those.
Okay, perfect. Will you make a motion?
I move to remove this application from the consent agenda for full review.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden, motion made by Commissioner Heineman. Any discussion of the motion before we vote? Okay. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Mearn,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to remove this from the consent agenda passes 10-0. We'll have a full hearing of this project.
Okay, I am going to turn it straight over to Elise to explain since I already gave my brief intro. So Elise, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then let
Sure,
me know which slide you'd like to start on.
Sure. Elise Johnson, ELISE JOHNSON, and my business address is 826 Hawthorne Lane, Charlotte 28204. And so, as you can tell, we have developed this building from preliminary design to design development. And because of that, you know, we worked through a lot of the topography changes on this, the topography elevation changes on this site. We actually started working through some of the unit plans, which were not done in our kind of preliminary studies. And so all of those had, you know, influenced the elevations and took some coordination between those elevations and the plan updates. Generally, the massing, the proportions, and the design intent we feel has stayed the same. As you can see, if you want to look at the plaza elevation, you know, we really tried to stay as true to that intent, especially for this facade, since it is our primary street. There were some changes in general on to the project with regard to windows for budgetary reasons and availability, some changes to some of the roof lines for constructability and waterproofing. And if you want to move to one of the other elevations, I can kind of speak to some of those. So as you can see, you know, we're actually reflecting the steeper topography change, which kind of drove in that middle unit of the 5, drove the roof line changes at that unit because we were no longer able to maintain such a flat roof line, if that makes sense. So as the building started to slope down, we had to develop a roof line that would function with that slope. As well, some of the windows were changed out from windows with transoms to windows to standard single hung window for supply chain and budgetary reasons. As well, we worked through kind of the design in 3D, and we're looking at the roof plan and working through that. So you'll see some shifts in some of the dormer locations where some of the dormers may have merged into one larger dormer, or dormers have been eliminated altogether because they weren't actually feasible with the plane change in plan. And some of those dormers have gotten larger so that we could actually have a fully functioning bedroom up on that third floor. So I think that's about it, unless you have questions for me. But generally, we felt like we were staying with the original intent. The massing and form and proportions of the building have been maintained.
And there's, Elise, you also submitted additional information for the supplement.
Yes.
That I have pulled up.
Yes.
2 pages.
Yes. So originally, it was discussed that the HVAC would be on the roof. We have now moved it to the rear yard, and it is screened, as discussed with Christy. And there were a couple of material changes on the porch. The porch changed from wood to a concrete slab with a brick row-lock on it, which adheres to the guidelines. And we also, if you see on the next page, the supplemental details, we did change the roof, the eave details. So this is now, instead of exposed rafter tails, it is an encapsulated eave, if you look at the detail just above that. If you look at detail 3, I'm sorry, it looks like it's stuck.
Yeah, it's sort of freaking out. Okay. There you go.
It actually looks like it changed the PDF a little bit. But anyways, I'll talk you through those changes. There you go. So now it has kind of a batten enclosing the bottom of the eave, as opposed to an open rafter tail, as was shown in the original design. But we still have kept the brackets and everything else. The detail on the bottom, detail 1, more accurately reflects how those brackets would be located on those on the side elevations that have the ridge shown, if that makes sense.
Okay. So we don't have anyone on the line who wants to speak for or against this, correct, Christy?
Correct.
All right, commissioners. Questions of the applicant?
And I will add, since you have this last elevation open, you can see there was kind of a porch in the original elevation detail for this. This is actually an elevation from one of the other buildings. We didn't originally submit an elevation for this facade of building 1. So knowing that all 4 buildings will have a similar intent, we showed this as the precedent, as approved elevation. But I want to say on this building, we do have a required new 15-foot sewer easement in front of this, which has changed the form and shape and access to this unit.
All right. Is it Elise? Elise?
Yes.
Elise, will you share again why you changed the materials? I think you changed from brick to siding and from wood to concrete slab porches. Will you just share with us?
Sure. So
if you did, I missed it.
No, go ahead. I did not share. So we changed from wood porch flooring to concrete slab in the porches for constructability. So working through the structural details, the rest of the building is slab on grade. So it just makes sense to stay consistent with that and provide that row lock along the edging of the porch. And with regard to the changes from siding to brick in various locations, in some locations we were trying to break up the mass by adding kind of that water table. So our floor to floor heights have shifted just a little bit from the original preliminary design, and to keep the proportions looking appropriate. In a lot of places in the design, it was helpful to add that water table and have that brick stop at the at the floor level to help break up the mass. And so that was one of the drivers for that, as well as staying within budget.
And you mentioned, I'm just confirming, that the transom windows have been removed on the north and south elevations also for budgetary reasons, or was there another reason?
That's what I understand. It's for to stay on budget.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Murin?
Yeah, what was the, did you guys change the ratio of glazing, like with all this? Because a lot of these windows look like they became a lot less. And I understand some of them kind of got, flip-flopped with the ones next to them, but was there an actual percentage of glazing that changed in this process?
I'm not sure the exact percentage of glazing change, but we did try to keep if the window originally had a transom, we did make the single hung windows the same height, glazing wise as the original window with the transom.
All right, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
And also for egress purposes, a lot of those bedrooms on the third floor, you'll notice some of the windows are wider, and that's to meet our egress window requirement.
Yeah, but I understand that, but a lot of your windows are slimmer, and what were double are now single. Like just looking at the sheet in front of us on sheet 7, starting on the left, you've got a double door, and then on the top, what was existing, 2 double windows, and on the bottom, you're replacing them with single windows. And then next
right,
to
and
it,
some of those are. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And some of those are to coordinate with the interior and the interior unit plans. So we have 2 bedrooms on either on this facade or on the opposite facade on a lot of those third floors. And so having a rather wide window was very difficult to get those 2 bedrooms squeezed in there. And as well, we do have kitchens on a lot of the second floor, facades of the units. And so having the pair of windows and the single window makes for a very unusual kitchen layout with a range split between them. And so some of this was just coordination with the interior unit layout.
Right, okay. Fair enough.
All right, Commissioner Heineman?
I have some questions about the windows too, but I'm going to clarify something on the addendum with the bracket quickly, because I think that will be faster. So with the change from the exposed rafters to the box eave, it looks like the brackets are dropped back and up in behind the fascia so that we can see the oblique portion of the bracket, but we no longer see the intersection of the bracket with the fascia board. Is that correct? Because in the approved plans, we do see that quality where the bracket appears to be supporting the roof.
Yeah, I believe the interaction of that bracket with the eave is the same as the original. It's just the enclosure of the open rafter into, with the
Okay, then
boarding.
we might just need a correction to the detail. I'm looking at the addendum sheet A3.1. I think it's number 4. And if we zoom in, the top of the bracket is hidden behind the fascia on details 3 and 4. But if we go back to the,
I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, so that just more accurately reflects where that bracket, are you talking about the one that's dashed in up above? That you can
Actually, I'm
see
looking at
behind?
talking about the ones we're looking at face on, but if we go to the other detail, we'll be looking at these. Can you shift up, Christy, to the other detail? Sorry, I know it's loading slowly.
Oh, no,
This is
it's
then
fine.
detail 3, and see how the bracket is pushed far up behind the fascia?
Yeah, so that is a section through the other elevation that you were just seeing. So it is in the same height and location. I think previously we had shown those brackets as if they were shown lower, as if it was an enclosed soffit condition. But we do have kind of this appearance of the, that we want to kind of keep the intent of an open rafter tail look by having those brackets nestled up a little higher.
Does that keep the intent? Because it appears that the brackets are pushed into the box eave and are... Can we go back to the approved plans, Christy, and look at the head-on elevation of the plaza? And zoom into the approved plans. So this is the proposed plan where you can see the brackets are pushed up underneath the fascia boards. And then if we scroll down, we can see the approved plans where the brackets appear to be supporting the roof form. Whether the eave is exposed or boxed, this condition, either the bracket is cut off by the boxed eave or it's a separate entity that appears to be supporting the roof.
Yeah, and I don't know if you have the original approved set with that original detail.
I think that's what we're looking at, correct?
That's the original elevation. We did provide that a section through that same eave location, and
we can pull it up. It just takes a long time to load. Give us a second.
Sure.
Slide 27.
Yeah, that's the one I have too, slide 27. Actually, it just looks like detail 1 and 3 don't match, because in 1 we do actually see the top of the bracket, but in 3 we don't.
Right. So that's a kind of a coordination issue. So we resolved that in those details that I showed you now.
The intent is to not see the top of the bracket.
Correct. Yes.
Let's go back to the windows for a bit. I think my general concern is that, our mission is to preserve the character of the district. And so without getting too far into the weeds, we're looking at the character of the Plaza Midwood district. And I think when we look at this is the elevation I was going to ask you for, Christy. Which one is this?
7.
Slide 7. This is the Van Landingham facing elevation?
Yes.
So both of these side elevations are readily visible. One is in the drive access and the other one's from the Van Landingham. And I think that for the commission, what was initially exciting about this project and somewhat successful about this project is that it picked up on some of the variety, the visual variety that we see in the context of Plaza Midwood, which is in some ways unique to Plaza Midwood. Plaza Midwood really has a different quality than the rest of our districts, right? And so I think as a professional architect, I absolutely understand the position you're in with design development and the coordination of, hundreds of pieces moving relative to each other along with programmatic demands. But what's happened is that these elevations have taken on a uniformity that has lost the variety that is really iconic of this context, right? Of the characteristic of this neighborhood. And so I have to agree with Commissioner Mirren that the percent of glazing feels as if it has changed, but also these balanced asymmetric compositions that you have in the units appears to have changed to a very uniform composition. And the reduction in window types has led to this very uniform composition. The enlargement of the dormers without changing the glazing has led to a completely different like ratio of solid to void in the dormer arrangements. But in general, the project feels like it has a uniformity of unit type that was never present in the approved application.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the only other thing I'd say about the windows is, and I'm again calling on slide 7, but I would say my comments are true of all of the slides, is that with the reduction of window types and the change in window placements, the window trim in your gables has gotten really, really, really close to the barge rafters in a manner that is typically not one that we approve.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Do we have any additional comments, commissioners? Commissioner Murin.
Yeah, just one other quick question. Are you looking to move up the peaks on these? Because it looks like on your drawings that the overall height we had at trying to be below the landing ham at 35'7", and that the upper, like take this sheet for example, on the upper one on the right hand side where the dimensions are pulled on slide 7, the highest peak on the right, it doesn't take the overall peak on the left, so I'm not sure why that one wasn't called out, but on the right is 33.6. And then down below on the new elevations, it's called out at 35.6. So are these peaks moving up like consistently throughout the project to come up to the highest point?
I believe it was a coordination issue in the preliminary drawings. We are not intending to increase the height of the building. We are definitely staying below the 35'7" Van Lanningham proposed height.
Right, but we approved it, and in this occasion on this elevation on slide 7, we approved 33.6, and it's now 35.6 as drawn.
I believe on the Plaza elevation, which is the right hand side with that same peak, I believe we're still below the 35.6 or 35.7. So I'm hoping it's just a coordination issue and those preliminary drawings.
Okay, well, yeah, well, graphically, or not graphically, in the numbers on the drawings, it's showing a 2-foot difference between what was approved previously and then now what's come before us now.
I'm on slide 6.
Yeah, so if you see building I'm looking at that's building 2. If we're looking at the set as a whole from the previously approved set, we do call out roof peak at 35'6" on other buildings, and that is the same with this. It was not our intention to increase the height.
I got you. Okay, good. Christy, can you go to sheet 1.2 that they're calling out? I believe it's next one. So on this, I see where you're calling out multiple roof heights on the right, on the elevation strand on the bottom on slide 6. Or no, not 6. What slide are we on, Christy? 8?
Slide 8, yes.
On slide 8. So on the new elevations on the right, that you're calling out multiple heights, but we're still, like, you're stepping up, and that's taking away from the spirit. So the overall height of what you're drawing on the left looks to exceed what we approved beforehand because of the nature stepping that you're doing through the building. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm misinterpreting this. Does anybody else have this feeling? Because if we look at like, all of this was taken in the context of the buildings on the site. So there were certain things that we look for, especially as it steps towards Plaza, that, the massing stepping down and there's more intricacy in the facades and the roof to talk about what we've already, discussed in the spirit of what this district has. And it looks like, among the other, kind of standardization that we've talked about with the window pattern, it looks like the roof pitches are doing the same, and in doing so are trying to get closer to the 35.7 that we have tried adamantly to stay away from in the many times we've seen this, and then in the approval of the overall collective roof to be under that or around that 33.6 that we approved, and then have maybe one peak that's coming up over that. So I think the spirit has been lost in the roof on this as well, as far as the heights, from what I can tell in what's been presented to us today.
Thank you, Commissioner Miron. Elise, if you want to answer that. Yeah.
Sure, if I may. What I understood was that we had already presented, you can see in building 2 in the original design package, and I'm sure in a couple of other elevations, but that 35.6 roof peak. And so we are showing that we're meeting that. We're not exceeding that maximum. We're, staying consistent with what was previously approved as that maximum building height. And then as we go downhill, we have a consistent floor to ceiling height as those move downhill from that original max height, if that makes sense. So no, we were not trying to increase the height of the building in any way. We still feel like we are below the max building height on the Plaza elevation, and keeping consistent with that overall height as we move downhill.
Right, but I understand where you're coming from, but on what we're looking in front of us on this sheet on slide 8, there's one. So on the proposed elevation, the top left, it states 33.6 as the height of the majority of the roofs, and it's not to exceed, and it steps down. And then there is that point that we gave you on the far right that goes above that. So that's one point, not a whole roof structure, right? And if we go down to the new, that whole roof is at 35.6, I believe. And so we're not seeing a peak that reaches that 35.7 or 35.6 that we're trying to get away. We're seeing, vast amounts of the whole building. So I don't believe that is meeting the intent or the spirit that we talked about last time.
Thank you, Commissioner Miron. Commissioner Hyman.
Christy, I'm gonna reference slide 18. In the same conversation, I have to agree with Commissioner Miron that the approval was very clearly tied to the maximum building height on the Plaza, which obviously we had a great deal of scrutiny during the approval process. And on slide 18, which is the approved elevations, the maximum building height on the Plaza is 33.6. And as Commissioner Miron stated, and I would agree with him, it's really just the far right downhill gable that we gave the higher height to for some variety.
All right, Commissioner Barth.
I don't have much to add apart from what everyone else has said, but the one thing I did want to point out, particularly on the dormers, I totally get trying to make efficient third floor space by increasing the dormer width. However, one of the things that I believe myself and many other commissioners had really been looking forward to with this application as it was previously designed was certain elements borrowing from the historic Van Lanningham estate right adjacent to this, such as the oversized shed dormer overhangs, the bracket details, as Commissioner Hyman has pointed out, and certain elements like that that are just lost on this revised application. So don't know how the ruling would go once we deliberate, but I would, if we do push this towards a continuance, would like to see some of those features brought back in, which I think would help this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. All right, Elise, anything else you want to say before we close?
No, that's it. Thank you for the feedback.
Okay, thank you. Let's close for deliberation. Jessica, if you'll kick us off in discussion.
I don't know how much I have to kick off, and maybe other commissioners want to weigh in. I think for me, the driving issue is the loss of the spirit of the original approval, which I think that many of us were excited about the spirit of the original approval.
Yeah, it's lost its diversity, which was really important. There are a few commissioners who, at least a couple of us, who had challenges with even the original plans that were approved because we thought that it was too large, too massive for this particular space. And to me, it looks like it's only gotten more massive. Taking away the materials, changing from brick to siding, it's lost some of that quality that I think allowed this to be approved in the first place. Commissioner Murin, thank you so much for pointing out the increase in the height, because that was a really big deal. And so I think that these are, the windows, the dormers, the material changes, the increase in height. I think these are all things that should show up in some sort of motion. And I'm gonna just ask that either Commissioner Murin, Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Heineman, that you all start crafting a motion that we can vote on. Don't all speak at once.
I'll be happy to try, but I'm gonna need the
team.
assistance.
Real quick, I have a comment, and this is more for Christy. What are our options here? I mean, I don't want to be rude and just, full out dismiss this, but we have a completely approved set, and now they've come back. And I mean, I understand, we're all struggling in the built environment and getting resources and construction timelines and, everything that's behind in construction. But this doesn't even look like it's trying. I mean, we aren't even seeing, double lights with fixed above. Like if this is one unit of a light that had 6 lights, now it only has 2. This doesn't seem close. They bubbled their changes, but they didn't do the roof heights. It seems a little in malice in time. So I don't want to be extreme, and that's why we're a commission. But at the same time, what are our options on the table for this, since they have an approved set in hand to build?
Yeah, Chris, that's a valid question and a great question. This is considered a new application. It has a new case number. It's separate. The other approval, you are absolutely correct, does stand. And so your options on this case are the same as they would be for any other case. Approval with conditions, continuance, or denial.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Well, I guess I just, for the group then, since what I stated, I think continuance is, since this is a new case, it's just, it's a weird taste in my mouth after seeing what we went through and the discussions on the other one.
So I have a question then. Commissioner Murin, thank you so much for posing that question to staff. That was extremely helpful. So if this were a denial, their approval on the project still stands, but they have 90 days before they can come back with any changes?
Yeah, so we're in that time frame where they have a couple more months to get me final drawings so I can issue the COA, because I haven't issued a COA yet. So we're kind of in that limbo period between the approval and issuing a COA.
With or without the extension option?
They've already had extension.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, and part of that is to get the COA, that's why they're here with this proposal, is to work through that so that they can meet. But the nuance, of course, is that if you were to approve this plan for this building only, I would write a separate COA for building number 1. And theoretically, they'll be back for changes to the rest of the buildings as well, which would then, supplant the original COA.
So I would love for Commissioner Mirren and Commissioner Barth's reaction to this, but my personal take is that the proposed changes have strayed far too far from the original approval, which was already incredibly challenging for this commission. And so I do appreciate that we typically give an applicant a continuation in order to give them a chance to resolve the project and bring it into compliance. But I do want the message to be very clear that the project has strayed far too far from the original approval.
I would include that if
I do not think it's possible for us to spell out the changes. I think they're going to have to reference the entire discussion.
I absolutely feel that's valid, and we've done that before for cases like this. So I would just make sure to include, all of those things in your motion.
Okay.
That fact that it is strayed too far, we are referencing our discussion and incorporating that entire discussion as part of the motion. And I would reference the topics, we talked about roofs, we talked about dormers, we talked about fenestration, we talked about materiality, and we talked about how the whole concept has, strayed. And so you want to include all of that in your motion and of course reference guidelines.
Okay. Commissioner Barth and then Commissioner Henningsen.
Sorry, I just left my hand up.
Okay. Commissioner Henningsen?
Is there anything on the application, and I agree about it's straight too far, but is there anything on the application that we would consider approving? For example, AC units in the roof, to the rear, or the changes to siding. Is there anything small like that?
I think it's a holistic approach that we took when we looked at it in the beginning, and I think it's like pulling a piece of thread. That is my opinion. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so our architects here.
Just the architects, I'd go with the people who spoke maybe.
The people who spoke, so Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Mirren, Commissioner Heineman, if you will lead us in a motion, we will work, Commissioner Henningsen, we will work as a team to help you craft it. And maybe we start with the points that came up in discussion. So we talked about windows. We talked about increase in height. We talked about the materials. PJ's typing and Jessica's writing, so I will help look for the guidelines if you all want to, we're in chapter 6.
Yes, another nuance to remind the commission is this is a 2020 case. This falls under the new guidelines, the new standards.
Okay.
So the new standards book is online. If you're in the room, you have a copy. New construction is still chapter 6.
Okay. Thank you, Christy. All right. So we can start off with 6.2, which is context.
So is this a motion of continuation or denial?
What do you think it should be, Commissioner Murin?
Well, I already said I'm a little mean-spirited on this, and I have a bad taste in my mouth. So if you're asking me, I make a motion for denial.
I wouldn't say that you were mean-spirited. I think that you're being pragmatic about it.
Yep.
So what do you
All right,
think it
then I'd
should be,
like-
Commissioner Murin?
I would like to make a motion for denial then.
Okay, and do you want the guidelines based on, we need our standards?
Yes. Based on all the reviews we've had with them in the past,
Mhm.
the context, so 6.2, I heard. Orientation as the building sits on the site, 6.7. Massing
Mhm.
as both massing of the individual units within the scheme of the building and the massing on the site,
Mhm.
6.8.
6.8.
Height and width, 6.9.
Mhm.
Scale, 6.10.
Mhm.
Again, directional expression towards the plaza and towards the historical house on the site, 6.11. Roof forms and materials, 6.13.
Mhm.
I don't know about cornices and trim. Did somebody get a
Yes.
little help on that?
Commissioner Hyman
Yeah.
is saying yes.
6.14.
Yep, doors and windows.
All
6
caps, doors and windows, 6.15 through
Uh-huh.
16, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Porches have also
Materials.
changed. Porches
Yep.
and materials, so
But
6.17.
I will say though, to PJ's point though, I understand where some of the porches are, not the materials, but the physical porches. So I understand that within the scope of it. That doesn't irk me as much as the others. So I will take that as a friendly amendment if somebody wants to add it, but I don't really
Well,
see
I think
porches.
it's the materials of the porches.
Well, then,
So,
okay, materials,
yeah.
6.18.
Mhm.
And then I guess that throws porches in there at 6.17. Size, 6.5. Rhythm, 6.15 and 16. Is there something else?
Chapter 8 for the site. For
Thank
HV
you.
for
Chapter
site.
8.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Christy?
I just have a clarifying question.
Yes,
I don't understand the comment about the porches.
they changed the materials on them, and so then that goes back to PJ's point of, are there small things here and there that we're okay with? Are we looking at this holistically?
Right, yeah, okay, that was my question, because
Mhm.
I may have advised them that a
Mhm.
concrete porch with a brick border
Mhm.
has been approved in the past.
So then maybe we don't mention the porches, but then do we mention the HVAC system? Do we mention,
It's up to you, it's up to you.
Yeah,
I
so-
just want to make sure that you're clear that it's like a holistic
Yeah.
approach.
Mhm.
Because that is, I think that is an element we have approved
I-
in the past.
For me, I would vote to look at it holistically.
Gotcha, thank you.
So, did I miss something? I know they took the HVAC off the roof.
It's in the back now.
Where? Against the vent? Does it show where on the site plan that is? I can't locate it. Maybe I'm missing something.
Jim, it's on there, A0.1. It just shows, it doesn't show on a site plan, but unfortunately you got to connect the dots on this. So if you go up, Christie, I think, to the very first architectural sheet they have after the outline of the site.
It's not on number 7 right here? It's on
Or is that behind those fences?
with these little,
Well,
I think it's,
I was trying to show Jim and plan
oh, and plan, okay, yep. There
on
we go.
site 5 or on sheet
There we
5.
go.
So there, Jim, it just shows that it's facing the Van Landingham because that private drive is planned south on sheet number 5, and
Gotcha.
Plaza's plan west.
But they were very clear in the fact that it was screened, right? So here we go again, where we take little bits and pieces, and we typically say if you're HVAC screened, not visible from the street, we're fine. But with multifamily, I think we've seen time and time again where all of these pieces work together. Commissioner Heineman?
Yeah, I guess I would say like the porch material is the one that I'm totally willing to give. I think it's a perfectly appropriate choice, the concrete with the Roloc brick. But I do agree with you that like if we were talking about any one of these things and not 20 of them, this would be going differently. And maybe the HVAC wouldn't be an issue. I think it still is because there are so many things in play. But I'm perfectly willing to take the porch material off the table because that is a totally appropriate choice.
Okay. Is that a friendly amendment you're willing to accept, Commissioner Murin?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. All right. Okay. Are you done with your motion?
I think so.
All right. Will you just restate it for us?
Rude.
This time with feeling.
Yeah.
And then
So-
we'll get a second. Thank you.
Let me get back to it. So I move to deny this application as it does not meet our standards. 6.2 context, 6.5 setbacks, or excuse me, no, spacing, 6.6, orientation as it is on site and relating to the old building, and 6.7, massing as it relates to the overall height of the historic structure, 6.8, height and width as it relates to the historic structure and also within the structure itself of the individual units, 6.9. Scale, 6.10. Directional expression as it faces the plaza and the historical building, 6.11. Same with directional expression, 6.11. Roof forms and materials, 6.13. Cornices and trim, 6.14. All caps, doors and windows, 6.15-16, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Materials, 6.18. Size, 6.5 and 6. Rhythm, 6.15 and 16. And landscaping, chapter 8.
All
There
right.
was
Thank you,
something with that
Commissioner
last one.
Murin. Who wants to second that one?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
Yeah, friendly,
Yes.
friendly amendment to approve the change in porch material per standard 6.18.
Is
Yep.
that, those are two
Exactly.
different motions, yes? Because we can't,
Yeah, I mean,
It's
if
still
it's,
mine.
if they're just changing the porch material, that's something that I would approve on
Okay.
staff level.
all right.
When, the original plans, if they come to me for a COA, I can sign off on that.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Heineman?
I have a friendly amendment for massing 6.8 to also reference the relationship of the units to each other.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you
Accepted.
still good with that, Commissioner Hayden? All right. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion to deny passes 10-0. All right.
Before we move on, I just want to announce that Commissioner Bonaparte is stepping away from 3:30 to 4.
Okay.
She'll be back in a couple of applications. I'd
Okay.
also like to announce that I received an email from the applicant for number 7 who has withdrawn his application. And so we will be skipping ahead to application number 8.
All right, let's have a 10-minute break.
I think that sounds great.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thanks. So
Thanks, team.
back at 3:41. Thanks, everybody. Okay, welcome back from break. A couple announcements. PJ Henningsen is recusing. Michelle Bonaparte has left the meeting, has stepped away from the meeting, and Krista Lineberger has joined the meeting. So, Kim, are you ready?
I am now.
Okay. Again, number 7 was withdrawn. We are now on number 8, 329 West Park Avenue. I'm not sure if the applicant has joined us or not. It doesn't look like the applicant's here. We're gonna have to proceed on this case because it is the time frame for making a decision is up. The required decision date is March 7th, and that is before the next HDC meeting, which is March 9th. So a decision needs to be made at this meeting. This application, the first and only time it was heard was on September 8th, 2021. I have not heard from the applicant since. So the items for continuance have not been provided. And the application is the same as it was in September.
Okay. All right. And do we have anyone on the line, Christy, looking to speak for or against this application?
I do not think so. Candace, do we have anyone on the line? No new callers.
Okay. All right, commissioners, we've talked about this before, whenever we take the time, not only our time, but our community's time to go through an application, make recommendations. If the application comes back unchanged, then we have to be mindful of time. So, there's no one here to ask questions of. So why don't we just go ahead and close for deliberation? And you know what? I'm going to ask Commissioner Walker to take the lead on this one. Commissioner Walker?
I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's anyone that would like to discuss this.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, my motion is, I move to deny this application for window replacement.
And yeah.
Per submission requirements in the rules for procedure 7.3.1, staff's request for specifications on windows, as well as evidence from a window restoration company that windows cannot be repaired, have not been met.
All right. Do you want to also reference the replacement
4.14
windows?
replacement,
Yeah.
sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, the
Right.
per
Okay,
staff
perfect.
request, and the guidelines, 4.14 for replacement windows, numbers specifically 10, 11, and 13.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Who wants to second that?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes. Let me make sure I have the right numbers. 9-0. Thank you. All right, let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen has rejoined the meeting.
The next application is continued from the December 8th meeting.
And one more point, let the record show that Commissioner Hindman is recusing from this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
And I think Angie is with us. Angie, are you here? Angie Lauer?
I am. How you doing?
Hi, Angie. Angie, have you been sworn in?
I did, but I don't think anybody heard me, so I do.
Okay, thank you. And I know we had someone calling in on the line for this. Are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here.
Hi, have you been sworn in?
I have not,
Are you planning to speak on this project?
only if anybody has any questions. I think Angie's gonna present. It's my house, though.
Okay, let's go ahead and swear you in. And anybody else, any other applicants that are on the line, feel free to be sworn in at this time too.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this application was continued from the December meeting for minimizing the impact of the addition and its size and make sure that roof forms are not out of scale and for open space calculations. So the new plans start on slide 4. Wait, let's go to slide 8. Was the proposed site plan. Angie, just gonna turn it straight over to you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Angie, I forgot to ask you, could you state your name and your address for the court reporter?
Absolutely. Angie Lauer, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, 28208.
Okay, where do you want to start, Angie? We're on slide 8. You can move down to.
Let's start with the first page, which is slide
4.
Perfect. Okay, so wanted to verify the area calculations. And so previous application, we had a slight error in calculation of the required 50% rear yard. We do have a 71.6% permeable open space. So I wanted to clarify that. So that should not be an issue. So if we can then move to slide 8. Let's start here. Okay. So the takeaways that we had from the previous meeting was that the elevations were a little bit too complex for the existing structure. So we needed to minimize the impact of the addition on the roof and on the both Dilworth side and Charlotte Drive side, a unique lot being a corner lot. What we tried to do was to maintain as much of the original roof as possible with this application. As you know, based on the Department of Interior's or National Park Services standards, we did kind of really take that to heart, where it says new additions and adjacent or related new construction will be undertaken in a manner that, if removed in the future, the essential form of the historic property could be would be unimpaired. So this application that you have before you, can you go to slide 10? So the previous application on slide 10, the impact on the left elevation was a little too heavy as it overwhelmed the house. So based on your guidelines, I believe it is 7.2, was that the roof forms shall be minimized. In our current application, Christy, if you would flip forward.
Slide do you need, Angie?
I'm not sure because I can't see all your slides. So slide 12, the street side elevation, there was some discrepancy on the overall height of the roof, and we have now confirmed and made a consistent roof height. So the previous roof varied by 3 inches. So this is a consistent new roof of 2 feet 6 inch rise overall. We are going from an existing 18 feet 10 inches to 21 feet 4 inches. Based on the streetscape elevation at 726.13 is the new roof height. Christy, can you go to the streetscape elevations which that is the previous one, isn't it?
I think they're
13, slide 13.
It's on slide 13. Mhm.
Okay. It's so little. I'm sorry, on my screen, you're
Hold on, there's a slide
18.
18 too.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So slide 18 is the new presentation. As you can see, October 21st submission or 21 submission to February 22 submissions. The overall roof height is, as I mentioned, 21 feet 4 inches, and it is consistent. One of the concerns that you had was the impact from the street, and previously in the application, the front hip roof was modified. In this application, we are keeping intact the front hip roof, and we are introducing a slightly larger cross gable left to right, but the impact on the roof all the way through on the left side and the right side are minimized. The addition that we are doing is not out of scale with the existing house as it previously was. The left elevation had 2 gables on the left-hand side, 1 gable on the right. And the way we minimized the roof impact was to reduce the square footage on the inside. Christy, if I can get you to slide 20, maybe? 21? Okay, so this was the previous submission where you could see the entire left side was had some square footage. If you go to 22, where's the February submission, Christy? I'm sorry.
I think maybe 24.
24, yes. So slide 24, you can see that we significantly reduced the addition on the left-hand side. And we did not remove any of the roof on the front of the house. The hip roof style is consistent with this house. It did have a gable vent on the left and the right, and that was our guidance to the cross gables, left and right. So in order to gain minimum head height, and as you can see in here, we actually slope down to a plate height of 60 inches up to only 8 feet. So it is not a tremendous amount of height on this dormer. Also too, in your guidelines, it states that you should use dormer forms to gain height. And that is exactly what we did. The proposed rear elevation, Christy, if you could slide to slide 16, you can see that the October elevation had quite a larger engaged dormer versus the February edition. So the impact of the roof has been significantly minimized. Let's see. There are other structures adjacent to this one that at 2208 Charlotte Drive has a similar impact of addition, second floor addition. And we are lower than that house as far as elevation. It is not an unusual or a unique feature. There are 3 or 4 other homes on the street. There's 2212 Charlotte Drive. 2100 Charlotte Drive, and also a previous project that we had approved at 2000 Charlotte Drive that have similar dormer-like additions on the second floor. And yeah, that's pretty much it, Christy, as far as the impact of the roof. So I believe we've addressed 7.2 in your previous review. 7.2, which was roof form, massing, height issues, as well as the rear yard calculations. So roof materials are consistent with what's existing on the house, which is a half timbering stucco and architectural shingles. Smaller windows and consistent with the patterns and materials that are existing.
All right. Thank you so much, Angie. Christy, do we have anyone on the line who wants to speak for or against?
I do not know. Candace, do we have anyone on the line? No, no one on the line.
Okay, perfect. All right, commissioners, any questions of Angie? Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, hi, Angie. I'm impressed with all the details provided here, but do help me to understand in making my way through these slides. I got a little bit confused, but if you look at slide number 9, looking at the front elevation, the roof form there, let's see. The lower one that's the old one. Is that correct? That's the old form?
Yes, sir. That is
Okay.
the previous application.
Okay, all right. And then if you go to slide 4, that's the way that it currently is proposed. Is that correct? Just want to make sure.
That is correct. That's just the cover sheet, but yes, sir. I
Okay.
think to simplify it, if you go to the photographs, which are slide 5 and 6, 5. Yes, so you can see in the upper right-hand corner of slide 5, it is a hip form roof with a previous addition on the back left corner of the property. And this proposal is to add a cross gable, maintaining as much of the front roof, which is the gable and hip, as possible, and covering that open porch where you see the blue umbrella.
I think the easiest way to show it would be slide 14, 15, 16, and 17, because they're showing the change from the proposed in October to the proposed changes in February.
Yes.
And then the slides 10 and 12 also show the some comparisons.
The slide 12 that you just had, Christy, was the previous submission,
Oh,
which,
okay.
which actually impacted the roof, because in that proposal, we were actually extending the ridge and modifying the front of the house. So you have a front gable, which is at the front porch, and then you have the majority of the house, which is a hip form. And in the previous application, which is that second image in slide 12, the middle image, that dotted line was what was proposed in October, oh my gosh, October.
No,
And so-
it would have been November, I think.
November, okay.
Yeah.
And then the proposed elevation today for the February submission only compared it to the last submission, not the existing submission. So slide 14. The bottom image of slide 14, which is February of year 22, is the current application. And before, we had a slight delta in the roof forms. Now the roof form is much more simplified. It is just a cross gable. It meets the Department of Interior Standards, National Park Services, which says that if you were to remove this structure, you can still identify the original house. And that is kind of the insight to where we went to with this. So if that roof form was removed, you can still see the original structure. So slide 15 is the right side elevation, and then slide 16 is the rear. And you could see that the impact is much, much more minimized in the February submission than the previous submission. Slide 17, I think, is the biggest change, where this was probably the bigger concern, where in the previous submission, we had two gables adding all the way to the back of the house, whereas this submission, the actual wall stops about 2/3 back, and the dormer does not exceed that line. And if I may, if you can see, there is a dotted line between the two double windows on the first floor. That is, yes, on the February submission as well. That's the back of the original house. So the second pair of double windows is where the addition, the earlier, I think it was 2004, was an addition. So we truly tried to stay within the original structure of the house. Does that make sense? I can't hear anyone.
Yeah, this is Phil Goodwin. Yeah, thank you very much. And I agree. I think that the front elevation, I like, even though the ridge is a little bit higher, it's more simple and consistent with the National Park Service standards, as you mentioned. The one question that I have is on the slide that we're currently on. I'm struggling a little bit with the intersection of the shed dormer and the gable, and the way that the rake on the right side goes down much lower than on the left side. And so is the soffit over the shed dormer, does it flush out with that rake that goes down just partially? I'm just not used to seeing an off-balanced rake like that at that gable. And I think all that flushes out. Can you speak to that a little bit and how that intersection will be handled up at the top?
Sure. It's the same plane. So the shed dormer and the gable are in the same plane. But because we needed an egress window in the back bedroom, if I extended the eave all the way down, it would intersect where my fenestration would need it to be. So we stopped it where we felt it was, balanced with the window, and where basically where the brackets would be, which is mid-span of the rake on the right-hand side, going towards the front. So that eave, that overhang, it just extends beyond the wall, the plane of the wall.
And I believe that's what, 18 inches? Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir. If it wasn't 18, it's 24. It matches existing on the house. But it is where the mid-span bracket would have been. And so it just terminated the eave at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Goodwin? Other commissioners, any questions for Angie before we close? Commissioner Barth.
Hi, Angie.
Hi, Chris.
I appreciate your efforts here. I think this is much more, at least in my opinion, appropriate of an addition. Just one question, and maybe I'm just confused about the drawings and what's new versus existing or to remain. And specifically on this left elevation, what portion of the existing roof is to be retained? Can you point that out for me, please?
Sure. So the front portion of the hip until it intersects with the new cross gable, and the back original hip of the house is to be retained. We were actually removing a portion of that with the dormer before, and now we're leaving it. So that roof stays the same. If you look at the October submission, you could see where the eave hit the wall. Right there, Christy, where you had it. Whereas this is the original roof in the back of the house. So on this elevation, it is truly the center third of the house that is maintained, or that is having the dormer added. So.
Okay, and so I can kind of tell from the images and the as-built drawings that there's sort of like an appendage that comes off of the back of the house or a area. That area is under what was considered part of the original roof. Is that accurate?
Yes, so what you see on the proposed left elevation, the far left side of that elevation was the original 2004 addition to the house. So if you go back to the site plan, Christy, which I believe is either slides 4 or 5. Does that, if that, I think, kind of clarifies, slides 8, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the main hip volume and that front porch roof volume would have been considered the historic original house. And then that piece off to the top and left of the yard, that part that sticks out towards the back, that was an addition that was done in 2004.
I believe so, yes.
Right.
And then there's an open courtyard that we are adding a roof to. So we're covering that courtyard. We're not going any further back into the rear yard than the original courtyard that's there.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Goodwin, why don't you lead us in discussion on this one?
Yeah, as mentioned, I think that the roof forms have been simplified, particularly the front elevation. And I think that that was a very positive move. I'm still struggling a little bit with the detail over there on that left side. But other than that, I think that this meets our guidelines.
Will you tell us a little bit more about what you're struggling with on the left side, Commissioner Goodwin, please?
Just the way that if you go back to slide 17, again, and maybe the architect could speak, to that, if there's a good way to end that rake. And I realize that an egress window is needed there. That just looks a little bit odd to me on how that's handled. I think that rake is going to just kind of look like it's attached to that wall and then just kind of ends without purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only detail, but perhaps that cannot be circumvented. I don't know, maybe an architect could speak to that.
Sure. Let's ask Commissioner Murin. Commissioner Murin, what are your thoughts on that?
I definitely see where he's coming from. I really don't have any tricks up my sleeve on that one.
Okay.
I
Well, then-
apologize.
No, please. Commissioner Barth, what about you, sir?
I mean, I sort of agree. It's sort of an unusual detail to start with a gable and then have a coplanar element transition into a shed. So, it's obviously more decorative in nature than a functional roof form. So I'm struggling with that a bit myself. I mean, my primary concern here, which is one of the main comments from the last review, is the amount of original roof that's being disturbed to incorporate this addition. I mean, in my mind, it just, unfortunately, it's a small house, and I understand their need to want to go up to the second story. But at least from where I'm sitting, and maybe I'm misunderstanding something, and I'd love for any commissioners to butt in if they have any insight into this. But to me, we're still eliminating over half of the existing attic and roof volume of the original historic home. And then as far as this disappearing rake detail or shed detail, I mean, I'm fine with it depending on the visibility, but agree that something else may make me feel happier, but I don't know that it's completely offensive.
Do we have any precedent for this type of aesthetic in our districts? I mean, are we introducing something new with this truncated line? Christy?
I mean, normally a rake, if you finish this out, right,
Mm-hmm.
it would pass through the window. And that's not a condition that you would normally see.
Right, not through the window, but this isn't normally a condition that we would see either, right?
Well, that's, um, right. Well, yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to say is like, it's ending in a window
Okay,
and you just, I mean, you just wouldn't see that.
yeah,
You would see the continuation of the rake and then like a
Right.
smaller window above.
right.
But
They had constraints.
with egress.
Mm-hmm. With this particular design.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Visibility might be a consideration too,
Mm-hmm.
lack thereof.
Okay.
I mean, would it be that out of norm if it's just not coplanar? I mean, if she knocks it back, it looks like she's pretty tight though on those double doors into the closets and plan. But just the idea that that's just not coplanar, so you get a shadow line on that.
Mm. So
I mean,
it sounds as if we are still kind of stuck on the roof forms. Yes. PJ, what do you think?
Yes, still struggling with the roof form.
Yeah.
It's just, it's incongruous.
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Having the gable terminated into the windows, dormers, gable, shed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So do we have any other challenges outside of the roof forms? I mean, we ask that the addition be minimized, that we minimize the impact of the addition from the street. If we are not in agreement that this gable shed dormer situation is okay, then that means a redesign of it. So I don't even know if we should speak to the impact on the street, but it's here, so why don't we? Commissioner Hayden, what are your thoughts, sir?
I'm in agreement with the comments that have been made. It just seems like really, really unusual condition that
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure we want to introduce as a precedent.
Okay. All right. Um, okay. Commissioner Lineberger, do you have additional thoughts that we haven't brought up yet, or how do you feel about the gable shed dormer?
I had the same when I was reviewing this. I had the same concern that everyone
Okay.
else has already expressed. So, and they've done a
Okay.
great job expressing that concern. So I do think the front is a little bit, the front elevation is a little bit of an improvement. But again, if we're talking about redesigning the roof forms,
Mm-hmm. Then that's a bit of a moot point. Yeah.
right, that might have an
Yeah.
impact. So.
Mhm. Okay. All right. So it sounds like we're in agreement on the roof forms and the fact that we're not really comfortable with where they are with the redesign. Any other points outside of that we think should be addressed? All right. It's, outside of getting the rear calculations, everything else will be impacted by a change, I believe, to the roof forms. So, Commissioner Goodwin, do you feel ready to make a motion, sir?
Yeah, I did have one other question with regard to Chris's comment on the loss of the original roof. I mean, is there anything that can be done to help preserve some of that original roof if that's a concern?
Did you hear Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner Barth?
I mean, by putting a second story that potentially goes to close to the thermal wall on the side elevations, like in this crosscape that the applicant has described. I mean, so much of the existing rafters and roof structure is, by nature of a addition such as this, is just eliminated, in my opinion. While I understand the maintaining of the eave line to keep that horizontal expression is still there. I think it's still just such a an elimination of the existing roof structure for it to be acceptable, in my opinion. So, I mean, we kind of see this in these low ridge height houses with residents trying to gain more usable space. It's just extremely difficult to do. So I don't have a happy answer, unfortunately, on how to achieve that without,
Sure. Designing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Is that helpful, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes, I would, I'm ready to craft a motion, but, to speak to that, I might need a friendly amendment from Commissioner Barth, but
Do you think really just addressing the fact that we still need the study of the roof forms is sufficient enough? Because it sounds like Commissioner Barth can't address it without designing it, and we're asking for a redesign of it anyway. Yeah, so maybe we just keep the point from the last meeting that wasn't addressed to our satisfaction.
Okay, yeah, we can narrow it down to roof forms. So I'll make a motion to continue this application based on our standard for roof forms in chapter 7.
It's 6.10.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
6.10.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, do you want me to rephrase that?
Oh, no, I think you did a great job. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hayden. Any further discussion of this motion? Commissioner Henningsen? Okay, no? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Let me count. 2, 6, 8. Okay, motion to continue passes 9-0. Thanks, Angie. All right, let's move on to 1836 The Plaza, and let the record show that Commissioner Heineman has rejoined the meeting.
And Commissioner Bonaparte is still away. She's not yet returned to the meeting.
Commissioner Bonaparte has not yet returned.
There you go. Thank you. And Cindy will be running point on this project.
All right, thank you. The next project is a continued case for new construction at 1836 The Plaza. Tim, are you here?
I am.
And have you been sworn in?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if we can handle that real quick. And anyone else who's on the line to present a case later, feel free to chime in as well.
All right, Tim, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I will go ahead and hand it right over to you, Tim. Just let me know where you want to start. I'll skip down to the first page, I think, on your presentation. There you go.
I guess I'm gonna try to keep this brief, a lot briefer than my last time.
Tim, sorry to interrupt. Can you just state your name and address for the court reporter?
Tim Cooper, P.O. Box 5472, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28299.
Thanks, go ahead.
I'm gonna have you go to the site plan, landscape plan. And I'm just gonna try to, again, keep this simple and hit your guys' bullet points from the continuation. I'm gonna start with, I guess, the sidewalk parking as it rolls through here. It was requested that we introduce 333 carriage strip driveway design, which we have incorporated per the landscape plan, and stopped that at the rear thermal wall, and then continued a large concrete apron for the garage in the back, which was the direction that was indicated would be approved in our December meeting. So I feel like sidewalks and parking concern has been addressed. And then if you want to scroll down to the elevation views, and I'm going to back up one other second. The legacy monumental tree in the front yard, there was also a note about making sure that species complied with the approved tree list. My landscape architect, I'm going to honestly default, said she looked that up and has it noted correctly. So that item should be rectified as well. And then let's go ahead and go to the elevations. Cindy, thank you. Front view of the property, which is the west elevation. We had decent conversation about the porch railing was above the brick pier columns and how to do that. And it was agreed that if we raised the brick pier columns up above the handrail, that would be sufficient to appease the commission. So you'll see that was done. And then the other items to that was really to kind of make sure that The header on the porch columns was corrected. Front and back neck of the column, which on the detail page I'll take you to later, has been addressed. And accurate details or blow up details of the front porch railing, that's been addressed, which I'll take you to later. If you want to keep going, well, you can stay on those. The other general note was provide accurate and appropriate trim thickness and details around the windows, corner boards, and doors, which we've updated on the detail page, which I'll run to at the end of this as well. So I feel like, and then generally just getting an accurate detail plan set cleaned up. I feel like we've got all of our plans cleaned up. I feel like we've addressed all the issues with the porches, sidewalks, and parkings. And now if you want to roll back to probably the last page, which is the detail, well, second to last or last page in the presentation, just get me into my detail pages. Yes, if you could scroll up just a bit, that's cut off on my screen. If you take a look at the, can you scroll up a bit more? There you go. The bottom left detail is just a cleaned up detail of the box beam sitting on top of the columns, indicating it flushing out on the inside and outside as desired. And then the bottom right on that same sheet is a handrail detail for the front porch, which was the other thing requested. I think that knocks out those details, and modifications should knock out everything on the porch that was requested. And then if you roll to the last page, I've tried to just use one simple detail here for everybody in terms of the detailing. So I decided against leaving what I had because it seems like it keeps causing conflict within the commission. I ended up splitting the window mullion width to 6.5, 7 inches, like was brought up by several commissioners, which is detailed on the window schedule there. And this stuff's too small for me to read it on your presentation, so I can't remember the exact sizes. But we also added the 1x trim around the windows and a back band. So there was conversation about how the siding was going to die into the corner boards, etc. And I believe I had said in the December meeting, we just add a back band, all the 1x's and the corner boards. So that's detailed there. The back band will be used on the windows and the corner board, which should take care of the lap siding details. And then if you want to go back to the elevation page, there was just a general comment about notation. So we've got the siding called out. We've got the window trim labeled appropriately. Got back band labeled. I feel like we've got all the additional labeling that everybody wanted called out. So hopefully those items, 90% of the continuance have been addressed, which leaves my elephant in the room, which is the massing. That was a major item of discussion in December. 3 meetings late, in my opinion, but in terms of trying to appease the commission, we shrunk the overall height of the ridge. And I'm going to have to open my own stuff here, so bear with me. I can't read what you guys have up on the screen. So bear with me to get to my page so I can read these heights to you. In general, we shrunk the height of the house. So the overall ridge of the house is 26 feet, 4 3/4 inches. It was, I can open my old submission, but I believe the old submission was 27 feet, if I recall right, and some change. Bear with me. Yeah, the old ridge height was 27 feet, 7.5 inches. We modified the height and essentially took it down a foot. And the other item of contention which can be shown on the floor plans, was the width of the property. The width of the house in the previous submission was at 46 feet 6 inches, and we've reduced it down to 43 feet. Again, to try to appease everybody with the mass and scaling this late in the stage without having to scrap the house plan. So, I guess in general, that's what we've done to address the last continuance from December. I'm hoping that massing modification is sufficient to appease the commission. And if it's not, I would look to have some definition as to why not. I was privy to sit in earlier to listen to the 210, the Plaza, which is at the Van Landingham estate, which is within viewing distance from this parcel, and picked up that y'all issued a variance on their previously approved set of a 35-foot 7-inch tall peak on a gable, which exceeds the Plaza Midwood max height. And they're also building most of that mass structure at 33 feet ridge height, which I'm hoping my modifications get me where I need to be, assuming that the stuff that happened at the Van Landingham is going to continue, because that's kind of punch to the gut that stuff like that gets approved, and I'm getting knocked down on this thing over a foot. So with that, I'm going to end my presentation. I hope we've addressed everything here to get this thing moving forward finally.
Thank you, Tim. Do we have anyone on the line? Cindy, wishing to speak for or against?
No, we don't.
All right, commissioners, questions of Mr. Cooper?
I'll go ahead and start if nobody else has any questions.
Please, Commissioner Barth.
Tim, thank you for addressing many of our questions. I appreciate that. Just a few of my own. Can I ask how deep is the back band that you're showing on the typical trim detail for the exterior trim? Like what's the thickness?
I think I've got it detailed at 7/8, Chris.
7/8, okay.
And I did not snap a dimension on the detail page, but I've got it. I believe if you go to the elevation page, yeah, it's labeled as a 7/8 inch back band.
Gotcha. Okay. Curious and I assume you'd be amenable to this, but if you would go to a deeper back band, typically with that lap siding thickness, the boards lapping, I know sometimes they can get up to an inch thick or so with the lap. Would you be able to look at a thicker back band material so that we have a transition between the siding and the trim?
1000%, my friend.
And on your handrail detail, you show a 2x8 cap rail. Wanted to see if you'd consider going to at least a 2x6. That would give you like a half-inch overhang on either side of your vertical pieces.
Yeah, 100% happy to do it. I do a 2x8 because I like to actually have something to grab onto, Chris, but 2x6 is fine by me if that's what you guys prefer.
Okay. And let's see what else. And then your box beam that we're looking at right here, I would imagine it's boxed out with, let's see, you have indicated a 6x12 beam, but I would imagine that's clad in like a 1x material. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you zoom in on the detail, which you might not have the ability to do, it is clad in a 1x material. So that's vague out of intention. I'll have my structural engineer detail the lumber required there. So I left it generic because I'm not sure what I'll probably be putting some type of LVL or dimensional double lamb header or something. But the
Okay, so
intent would be to laminate it on both sides with a 1x to match the window trim and siding and stuff.
sure. So I imagine we have our porch gable wall above this beam. Therefore, any structure that this beam consists of would be clad on all sides, at the minimum, probably the 3 sides of the front, the bottom, and the porch side of that beam, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then for your wood shingle material in the upper portion of the gable ends, I imagine that's you're proposing to use an individual shingle wood product, or are you thinking about, I think we discussed this before, but I just wanted to verify since it wasn't indicated in the note version. You'd do individual shingles versus panelized, right? Panel shingles.
100%, Chris. We have, no pun intended, beat that to death. Yeah, I fully understand. I got to use single shake and do not plan on using a panelized wood product or composite.
Gotcha. Okay. I believe those are the only questions that I have at this moment.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions, commissioners? Before we close for deliberation. Commissioner Muir.
Thank you. I got one question. As far as the massing and what this building is doing, did you look at the dormer by any chance in this last kind of rendition? It looks to be the same size, because I think it's a very big roof, and I definitely understand why you're scratching your head when we just talked about overall building height of 33.6 being what it was, but it's the location of the historic district in the 360 around the site. So your neighbors are 25.1 and 20 foot or 20.7 feet versus that other rezoning, the Van Landingham Historical Estate is 35.7. So unfortunately, we can only look within the context that you're still bigger than your neighbors. And that's why we're still talking about that being an issue with this rezoning.
I guess to answer your first question, I have not looked at restudying the shed dormer because it was not quested in the previous 4 submissions. And appreciate the comment on the Van Landingham, except I was under the impression we took the adjacent blocks that you could view from 360-degree views in consideration with my maxing and scale. So I'm not sure that I understand that comment as it relates to the guidelines, I guess.
Well, and we're also talking, apples versus bananas. That's a multifamily product versus this is a single family. So
agreed.
There's several things.
Where else is there a historic multifamily project on the plaza?
Well,
I'm just going to redirect you all
everything else
back
that we
to
talked
this
about?
project. Excuse me?
Yep.
I'm going to
I'm just
redirect
saying
you.
that caught 5 minutes of the presentation today, and I definitely understand where he's coming from, but that it's not comparable, and we made that clear. So
Thank you, Commissioner Muir. And for the sake of the cases that come after this one, let's focus on this particular project. Any other questions about Mr. Cooper's project? Any other, and not just for you, Commissioner Muir, but just all commissioners before we close for deliberation? Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to confirm it's probably just an error, but on sheet A105, the height of your structure says 26.6. So that's probably just an error, right?
It would be an error, yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Walker. Any other questions before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Now, this was continued for, let's see, how many points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points. So why don't we go down the list point by point and see if we can address them. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Barth, if you'll take the lead on this one, please.
I think my views as far as point one for the massing were a bit out of the majority. So I probably have somebody else comment on that. I will say, just to point this out, they have reduced the width by 3 feet. They reduced the height another foot. I think it was Commissioner Heineman that mentioned this in the last meeting where we saw this, to the applicant to reference 1901, the Plaza. I think there was a discrepancy with the width on that building, but at least in my opinion, I think they've made a valiant effort in reducing the massing. And at least in my mind, the massing of this house is in keeping with our neighborhood. The main roof line is receding. We have certain architectural elements to break up the overall massing of this structure as it's seen from the plaza as well as the adjoining properties. So I don't know, Kim, if you want me to go into the other bullet points, or do we just stay with massing for now?
Will you do that, and then we'll add to, if that's okay?
Sure. I think staff has pointed this out too, as well as in our questions to the applicant. I think there are some detail things, materiality things, notes and things as that such that we probably need to have addressed. I don't know if we can, depending on how the commission feels, we could probably have handled that as a staff review. I'm fully confident in our staff to helping the applicant in documenting those and carrying out the details in the construction. I feel like they've answered the sidewalks and parking, with the exception of, it looks like, some additional breakdown of the pervious area to the staff. And
Did you talk about porches, Commissioner Barth?
yeah, again, going back to the details of the columns, the column capitals, the railings, which I had pointed out to the applicant. Just seeing a little more detail in that.
Okay.
Other than that, I mean, I'm fine with the porches, just, a little bit extra detail.
Okay.
I'd like to see, or not see, but I'd like for the applicant to incorporate a deeper back band so that we have adequate termination of the siding into the trim. And then don't have much to say on the tree species. If Commissioner Hayden might have something to say on that.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Heineman, what do you have to add to that?
Commissioner Barth already covered the back bands on the windows and the corner boards and the doors, which of course need to be deeper in order to adequately terminate the siding. My only notes have to do with the width. Many years ago, we had modified the guideline to request some flexibility for us to implement projects that were well done, because the old rule was so restrictive, and the guideline that we had sort of settled on was loosely a 10% allowance to make it possible, right, to work within the spirit of the guidelines. And while I appreciate that the reduction in the width, I think we're still looking at 20% wider. And I think there are probably some simple moves that could get us closer. I mean, it's really just the width at the front of the house, right? I mean, if these front closets were single loaded closets instead of walk-ins, we'd be down in like the 12% range. So I don't think it's impossible to get there, but I think that the precedent in this commission, and being that we owe all of the applicants consistency, the precedent in this commission is sort of the maximum of 10% wider. And we are, if we are going to allow more than 10% wider, we probably need to be able to back that up somehow. You know, I'm fine with the height, actually. I think it's because of the massing and the deeply receding roof that the height will actually feel, I think it'll feel fine and contextual. I don't think the height will feel in three-dimensional physical space the way it appears in a two-dimensional drawing with the massing of this house. But I do think the width is going to be challenging given the standards that we are held to.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Commissioner Murn, any thoughts to add to that?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay. Any other commissioners have anything that they want to add before we move on? Okay. So really, it sounds like there are a few details that need to be ironed out, but right now, the biggest point of contention is the width. And it's been reduced by 3 feet, but Commissioner Barth, I'll just kick it over to you and ask, is there an exception to our standards here that you think will allow us to say yes to this width?
I mean, I guess the difficulty for me is on the own applicant's exploration based on the Zotwell survey of what widths we have across the streetscape. I mean, according to the documentation, it's apparent that we have several homes that appear to be this width, and maybe you know, I don't know what that's based on or if it's accurate. I don't know. I'm kind of at a standstill on
Sure.
how to approach that. To me, in looking visually in comparison to the houses on the block, I mean, it seems acceptable just from my perspective. But as I said before, I think I'm in the minority on that.
Sure. Commissioner Lineberger, thoughts on the width?
I tend to agree with Commissioner Heineman's comments. I've struggled with this massing issue from the beginning, and the massing and the width. You know, every time we've seen this presentation, so it's a challenge for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I have much more to add
Sure.
at this point.
We talked about, what was it, 1901? Or what is, looking here.
It was 1901.
Yeah. Yeah, we are closed. We can open. Okay. I'm looking just to compare. So, Mr. Cooper is right. It's really hard sometimes to see these tiny numbers. So let's see, 8, yeah, please, Commissioner.
I'd like to clarify a comment I made in the last meeting, which is if there's an error in the Zoutwell survey on 1901, we should just defer to the ample information we have on every other house and ignore that one. I don't think we should harp on 1901 anymore. I think we should just let it go if we know there's an error in Zoutwell. There's so much information here that we can be using that there's no reason to.
So we can use 1842. We can use 1830. They're both historic. And the width of 1842 is, it appears 47.2 feet. The width of Mr. Cooper's is 43 feet. Granted, 1842 is 20.7 feet vertical, and Mr. Cooper's is almost 27 feet vertical. And then 48.6, almost 49 feet wide is the historic house beside it. And again, it's a little shorter at 25.1 feet. And if we follow what we've said before, when we look at things holistically, to be taller and, well, taller and pretty wide means that it could feel, the massing feels a little overwhelming, sandwiched in between these two historic houses. Why don't we just do a little round robin to see what people think about the width, if that is a sticking point for them or no. Commissioner Hayden,
No.
okay. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yeah, I'm looking at the houses across the street, and I'm seeing some that are clearly wider. And I don't really, in that context, I don't have a problem with the width.
okay. Commissioner I know how you feel, Commissioner Heineman. Commissioner Henningsen?
Question, is 1830 directly right next door? Is that not a good width and height comparison?
It's historic.
It is historic.
Yeah.
Very similar from a height perspective
Mm-hmm.
and from a width perspective.
Yeah.
It's it's a foot-ish higher,
Mm-hmm.
and it's, again, I'm just doing rough and tumble here, 3 feet maybe,
You mean
5 feet wider. I'm
so
having trouble seeing the
will
numbers.
you restate that, PJ? So you're saying that
I'm looking at
1830 is about
directly next door.
about a foot lower, shorter.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's about a foot shorter,
Mm-hmm.
but it is wider.
Mm-hmm.
So again, from a width and I get it's all relative, it's all related,
Mm-hmm.
right? Right next door, not as wide as the one next door,
Mm-hmm.
a little bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Should we really be, at this point, I think there's enough to justify height, there's enough to justify width, but I think the real question is directional expression,
Mm-hmm.
right? Which is really the relationship of height and width.
Mm-hmm. And so,
So maybe we focus the conversation that way.
okay. So what are your thoughts about the directional expression in context to the historic houses that flank it?
The directional expression is horizontal,
Mm-hmm.
and it's also mimicked by the house beside it.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say proportionally, the height and width is not incongruous with the immediate context.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Let's see, Commissioner Murin.
Yeah, I definitely understand where everybody's coming from. I think along PJ's lines too, that 1830 kind of has that step back in the roof. So the applicant has one giant massing of a roof, but his, in plan, that left side of the building kind of steps back past the dormer. So maybe it's something that needs to find its way into there.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely understand the overall width. I don't think, within what we're seeing doesn't bother me, but I think that might be one way to kind of talk about the orientation that PJ was hinting at.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Murin. Let's see. Commissioner Whitlock?
Well, I think that I don't know enough to have a lot of criticism about it. From what I'm hearing and seeing, it looks like the width and the height would conform. And I really don't have another opinion on the orientation.
Yep, that was very helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Commissioner Walker.
It's right on the borderline for me. I appreciate the applicant's efforts to change both the width and the height. And I guess for me, the only thing is the massing of the roof in relation to the houses on either side. If, for example, if you look at the entire massing of that roof, you could almost place that over the house to its right, and it would pretty much cover the entire house. So you know, fine, the width and the height follow within to some degree everything else, and I'm okay with that. I just struggle a little bit with the size of that roof. That's it.
Yeah. And all of these things work together, right? So Commissioner Barth, will you speak to that?
I mean, I think as somebody said, it's a delicate balance. Um, you know, if you look at the eave lines, and you know, I'm looking at these Zotwell surveys all the time. I don't think they're you know, to the inch accurate. And if you look at the eave lines across there, you know, the applicant's eave lines definitely come lower. The ridge goes higher by a small amount. So every bit of that makes a difference. But you know, it's so close to there. I don't think anyone, you know, I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference to warrant a change here. I mean, the two houses on either side of this are different style houses. As we heard in another application, Plaza Midwood, which is a neighborhood that I live in just down the street from this, is very diverse in its architectural variety. You know, what we're looking at is two precedents. The two houses on either side are just different style houses. So I think that's probably what's throwing a lot of people off. And just in my opinion, I think, you know, I think the massing, the architectural style here are different. My only two quirks are, you know, trying to help the applicant through a couple of the details to
Sure.
make sure this one crosses the finish line.
Okay. Well, as you heard during the round robin, you weren't as alone as you thought in assessing the width to be okay or to be not incongruous with the neighborhood as well as the height. So I am going to ask, sir, if you would float a motion, and let's just take the temperature of the room, okay? Of the rooms, the virtual rooms, okay?
Can I ask a question of, or maybe present another option for round robin?
Please.
How does the rest of the commission feel as far as the applicant working with staff for these recurring detail and drawing inconsistencies that we'd like to see, versus asking them to come back with more refined details and information for the other items in the list?
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Heineman.
I trust staff to send it back if it's problematic. I think they can handle it.
Agreed. Commissioner Henningsen shaking it- the room here.
Agreed.
We're all shaking our heads. So
Okay.
okay, we're on board with
With
that.
that, I would like to make a motion to approve this application with several items to be addressed post review.
Okay.
I'd like to approve this project for its massing with regard to 6.5. I would like to request that the applicant work with staff for details with regard to column and beam conditions, trim, windows and doors, siding materiality, handrails, calling out specifically The top rail of the handrail detail to be reduced to a more appropriate size, referencing other examples from the community. And to work with staff on drawing coordination and accuracy.
Okay.
And approve the tree species pending any following amendments from other commissioners.
And did we get the rear yard impervious?
Oh, yes, and would also request that the applicant provide further rear yard breakdown for staff to approve.
There were some things that staff called out, Commissioner Barth, as far as the windows and doors are concerned.
Yeah, I can call those out
Okay.
specifically.
Mhm.
Would request that the applicant increase backband and drip cap details to deeper material to provide adequate termination of siding material at windows and doors, to add trim on the, trim on the north elevation left-hand window towards the front of the house, towards the rear of the house. To provide individually applied wood shingles in the upper portion of the gable roofs. And to provide the overall accessory building height to the plans for final submission. And that's all I had. I think the rest of it was covered in my initial motion.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Barth has made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Any further discussion of the motion? Yes, Commissioner Heineman.
I have a question for staff. Are the weather shield windows proposed in the application approvable? Have they been approved in the past?
I'd have to check into it.
Okay, can I just,
Basically Geldwin or the name escapes me on the other one, but I don't,
Just make a-
I'd look into it
okay,
before I approve.
a friendly amendment that the window specification should be within the typically approved windows in the historic districts?
Accepted.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Heineman.
One staff note, if you'll humor me for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Can I approve the tree species? Because there is one tree species that's listed on the landscape plan that is not on the large tree canopy list approved by the city.
I'm pretty sure we left it that it has to be on the pre-approved list, so I think, yes, that's staff approvable.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Goodwin, you're good with all of the friendly amendments? Yes, okay, perfect. All right, so let's take a vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
No.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
No.
Commissioner Parati, yes. 1, 2. I'm sorry? I apologize. Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
All right, now let's vote. Thank you, Commissioner Hayden. 8-2, motion to approve the project passes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. All right, moving on to the next one. Oh, actually, why don't we take a 10-minute break before we start our new cases?
I would like to note for the record that Commissioner Walker is leaving the meeting, and I think perhaps Commissioner Bonaparte might have returned.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Can we take a 5-minute break?
5 minutes, yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Okay, we're back. 704 Walnut Avenue, John Ferris, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, John.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing good.
Okay. Have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay. First step.
Hi, Mr. Ferris.
Any other
Lauren
applicants?
Harnett is here with me as well.
Nice to meet y'all. Hi. Any other applicants? Emily, Christopher, Brandy, Ellen, Brian, and Bradley. If you all are on the line and listening, please be sworn in at this time too. If not, we'll catch you later.
Okay, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, this next application is for an addition at 704 Walnut Avenue. There have been a couple iterations. They've been working really closely with staff throughout this project, and it is adding basically a cross gable across the rear of the house. So, and they're
Let
proposing
me interrupt you for a second. Are you seeing our video? I don't see the video on our screen. Or do you have to see the video? Do you have to see us on video?
We see you. Hi. Yep.
You can?
We can see you.
Okay, all right, fine, good.
Can you see our screen?
Yeah, I see several, I see 4 of the commissioners on video, and then I see 3 others that are just boxes. I don't see you on, I need to see.
Kind of back in the corner.
Drawings.
I'm out of the, I'm waving. I'm kind of out of view.
See, you're not coming up at all as the host on my
Yeah.
screen.
Okay. Hey, John. You're gonna have to speak up when you present. Our court reporter is having a hard time hearing you, probably because you're far away from the computer microphone.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, even that's better. Thank you. Well, I'm just gonna turn it over to you then. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you can get started.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is John Ferris. I live at 1918 Park Road in Dilworth. And the owners of this house are the Harnetts. And they're a young couple, young family. They've been in the house for 7 years and they would like to stay there. But some modifications, enlargements are required. They got to change the program a little bit. What we've chosen here, Christy did mention, we had our first attempt was sort of a half story, out the back plus a half story, which is a little bit taller than the original ridge there. And we presented that to SHPO. I think we floated it by Christie. It was not well received. And then when the pricing came in on that, that was not well received by our team. So we opted to go to a much simpler 1-story out the back addition. No modifications to the front of the house, which you see here. It's a cottage style home. And our design objectives were, of course, to meet the program, minimize visibility of the addition from the street, minimize the demolition that would have to be done to the original structure, reuse as many materials as possible. So you'll see in the design we're relocating, I think, three double windows, which are very large, nice windows. We're going to relocate those to other parts of the house in the addition. Also, the siding is a 1x10 with compound miter corners. So that's quite a detail that we're wanting to carry through, and hopefully some of that siding that's removed on the rear of the house can be reused as well. Of course, we're replicating all the other details. The eaves are quite deep. They're basically 1.5 feet, deep, and they have some really nice returns in the original house. We're carrying that through. And I'd have to say, in addition to the objective of minimizing the visibility and minimizing the demolition, what we've also tried to do is to contrast the original structure, so we can hopefully pick up some points on differential from the old and the new. And so one aspect of the project that brought us to that was the basement. There's no need for them to have a larger basement. They get a lot of natural light into that basement through the 3 or 4 windows that are there. And so we elected to put the new addition on piers, so you can clearly see what is being added and what is original. And in addition to that, I think I've noted on the drawings where the brick used in those piers would actually contrast the brick of the foundation of the house. So, so again, differing the view from the old. We have, as far as additions, the additions outside, if you'll notice also, one very unique part of this is the way this house is set on its site. The distance from the original house to the left property line is like 13.9 feet, almost 14 feet. And then it's almost 10 feet over on the right-hand side. So that gives us plenty of room to push out a little bit without crowding the property line or the setbacks. That's pretty much it. We have submitted to SHPO. We have a verbal, what I'll call a verbal thumbs up. It's not absolutely approved. We haven't submitted the Part A application yet, but Brett has said that he certainly likes the progress we made by reducing the scope and reducing the size of the project, and he feels like it'll go through at SHPO. So that's pretty much it.
Okay.
We have no callers?
Yep, no callers. All right. Commissioners, questions of Mr. Fairs?
I'll start.
All right, PJ?
All right. Hey, John, how are you? How you been?
Been doing well. How are you, PJ?
Pretty good, sir.
Good.
All right. Just a couple of questions. Can you confirm that the AC unit is going to be in the back?
Yes.
Thank you. General comment on the rear elevation. I'm sure it's just a drawing error, but the chimney is missing. Can you confirm that the chimney is going to stay?
Yes. No work on. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I have to draw the chimney. It's staying. Correct.
Thank you. And can we go to a site plan, please? I'm not sure what slide number. Okay.
Slide 8.
John, can you help me Thank you. John, can you help me understand if there's any trees that are being removed or?
No, there's the one tree you see off to the upper left. I mean, off to the left corner in the rear. That's a guess at what that drip line does, but I think putting, that was another reason for the pier foundation, so we've got sort of a point load there, and hopefully we're not, that would be less impact on the tree if there are any roots out that far than a poured footing, linear footing. And so that's all we're working with. It's the one tree that's shown there, as far as I know.
Okay, all right, so no trees being removed. Thank you. Another question. So I notice, still on this slide 8, the new site plan, I do notice though, by increasing the width on the addition, you're not going to be able to pull one car all the way to the back of the rear of the house. It looks like you can still pull one car to the side, it looks like you can pull one car to the side of the house, just not all the way back.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
That's correct.
We had a big conversation on front yard parking and front yard parking conditions and stuff earlier, so I'm sure it's something that'll come up in deliberation. Other than that, no other questions. Thanks, John.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, PJ. All right, any additional questions, commissioners? Commissioner Heineman?
Hey, John, good to see you again.
Yes.
I'm going to follow up on PJ's last comment about the front yard parking, and I wonder if there's any possibility that you would consider rotating those mudroom stairs 90 degrees and pushing the gate back with a single gate, just so we could pull a car further in.
I guess that would be, okay, she's talking about rotating these there. We could do that. There is a little bit of a slope if you'll look at that elevation. That is, sloping down from the street. Yeah. I mean, that certainly could be done. Yes.
I think if that's possible, we could, almost get a full car past the thermal wall of the house, which would meet that requirement for us, if that's something that you can pull off. My other question, and this is a little bit outside of our jurisdiction, but I just want to double check on the site plans. Most of Wesley Heights has a 6-foot deed restriction on the side setbacks, and I just want to double check that this lot doesn't.
There was nothing on the survey. The survey is basically reproduced over here on the far right-hand side. I didn't alter that.
Judging from your plans, it looks like it would have very little impact on the plans. I just wanted to say it out of respect, professional respect and courtesy. But
Okay,
maybe
so
just,
you're saying that many properties in Wesley Heights have a,
most properties in Wesley Heights have a deed restriction that overrides the 5-foot side setback by 1 foot.
okay.
Again, it still looks like it would work, and it's outside of our jurisdiction. I just, as a
Okay.
courtesy.
Yeah. I have to look into that. I haven't seen or heard anything like that, but yeah, I have to check into it.
That's it for me. I was really just going to ask about the mudroom stairs and the parking spot.
Okay.
All right, any other questions, commissioners, before we close? Okay, Commissioner Heineman?
I just want to say one more thing. This is such a thoughtful project, and a really complicated one, and it's beautiful. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to work with. These clients are, they are enthusiastic about the process and enthusiastic about the historic, program that we have, and they want to be a part of that. And it's a joy to work with clients that have that disposition.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Fears. We're going to close now for deliberation. All right, PJ, why don't you kick us off?
I'll kick us off. I'm not ready yet, but I intend to make a motion to approve this with some conditions. Jess, could you repeat that one suggestion that you had made, rotate something 90 degrees?
Yeah, if you zoom in on the proposed site plan, the landing at the mudroom could stay roughly the same. There's enough depth there that it could get smaller if it had to. And the stairs could go down to the side property line instead of towards the front and have a landing at the bottom. And that would allow us to get, probably somewhere between 6 and 10 more feet for a car.
Can you slide the fence a little bit forward too?
I think you can slide the fence forward or back. I'd probably take it back and just have a single gate. But the fence would have to move. You're correct. Yeah, Jim is correct. The fence would have to move in accordance with that.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? All right, so I would like to make a motion to approve this application with the following conditions. On the left elevation, rotate the steps to the mudroom 90 degrees and reduce the size of the landing to enable pulling a car completely beside the house and eliminate a front yard parking condition. In addition, update the rear drawings on the rear elevation to show the chimney. Provide the rear yard permeability calculations. Provide detail on the window trim and the window manufacturer and window details for the new windows.
What about the tree?
I didn't think there was a tree being removed.
Yeah,
did I
so
miss
is
that?
there, there's not, but is it on the site plan? Okay, and there's no need for a tree protection plan? Okay. Okay. All right,
That's it, period.
all right, so we have a
And that-
motion?
And we have a motion, and that motion includes nothing about a tree or a tree protection plan.
You know, I will second the motion, but I will actually say it would be nice if we could fence off so there's no material storage on the tree roots. So tree protection plan, I would add. Yes, sorry, thank you.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Okay,
And I'll second the motion.
all right, do we have any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman, Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
She left, remember?
That's right, thank you. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to approve passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10-0. All right, thanks, John. Thanks, PJ. All right, on to the next one.
All right. Our next application is 607 North Pine, but I'm not sure if the applicant's with us. Emily, are you with us?
Christy, this is Candace. I don't see Emily online.
Thank you, Candace. Thank you, Candace. So why don't we, to keep things rolling, why don't we skip? I'll make sure to send her an email and we'll move on to application number 13, which is 2128 The Plaza.
All right, and let the record show that Commissioner Heineman is recusing from this one.
Okay. Thank you. Christopher and Brandy, are you with us?
Christy, it's Candace again. I do not see Christopher or Brandy either. I do have cases 14 and 16 though.
Okay.
I think this is a good sign. We're moving
Okay,
quickly.
so let's skip on to case number 14 and I will nudge the other two applicants.
All right, let the record show that Commissioner Heineman is back and Commissioner Henningsen is recusing from this one.
Okay. Ellen, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Was about to switch to my computer. I am on my phone, but I think that should not be a problem.
Okay, great. Ellen, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, that's the first step.
All right, Ellen, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question, please. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this application is for tree removal. It's very straightforward. They're asking to remove 2 trees in the rear yard, a pecan and a sweet gum. There is a certified arborist report attached, and like we started in about mid last year, we have the City of Charlotte Urban Forestry staff has reviewed the removal request, and they're review is also contained in the document. So with that, Ellen, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you want to just walk us through the project, explain where the trees are located, and your plan for removal and maybe replanting.
Sounds good.
Okay, and Ellen, if you would start with stating your name, spelling your name, and stating your address for the court reporter, please.
Okay, can do. My name is Ellen Keeley, ELLENKEELEY, and I'm at 404 West Kingston Avenue, 28203. And as you can see on the site plan, there are 2 dots along the left side of the lot line. The first one is a pecan tree, and the second one is a sugar gum tree. The first one is growing a bit over my house and into my neighbor's house. Sorry, and both drop, pecans, those little monkey balls, sugar gum balls in my yard. And I've had a lot of people fall on them, a fair amount of accidents, a lot stuck in my dog's paws. So I would love to plant new trees towards the back of my yard where they would not get into the house, over into my neighbor's house, and preferably oak or maple or something that will not drop those pesky little balls.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ellen. All right, Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
No one.
All right. Thank you. Commissioners, questions of Ms. Keeley before we close for deliberation? Going once, going twice. All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Hayden, you take the lead on this one, sir.
We can't hear anything if Commissioner Hayden speaks.
All right, wasn't on. I have looked
Thanks,
at those
Commissioner
trees
Barr.
extensively, and based on the arborist report and the report and response report from our urban forester, I do not believe we have enough information to justify the removal of those trees. Number one, the arborist report that was submitted is a few photographs and opinions, and not much justification that we're used to seeing with a tract arborist trying to justify removal of a tree. As a landscape architect, my opinion is these trees need some maintenance. Yeah, I know about pecans, I know about sweet gums. They happen to be 2 trees right now that are some of the only contributing canopy trees in the backyard of a lot of these houses. So I'm not convinced they need to come down. Arborists may be able to expand, as was stated by the urban forester, typically the way the lean is measured is from the vertical. This appears to be, I'm not sure where he came up with these 70 and 50, because if it's 50 degrees, it's almost sideways. None of them are that way. So it's 70 degrees at most. And like I said, I think they need maintenance more than they need removal. And that's my opinion.
Okay.
I would not support removal of the trees.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hayden. Any other comments? Commissioner Hayden, do you mind floating a motion?
Sure. I make a motion to deny the request to remove the trees in that they are we do not have sufficient information to justify their removal via our standards. And I can't remember the number. 8 point something.
It's 8.5, number 2.
Yeah, 8.5, number 2.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion of the motion? Yes, Commissioner Hyman.
Oh.
Commissioner Hyman, and then is that you, Commissioner Murin?
Yeah.
Okay, so Commissioner Murin and then Commissioner Hyman. Commissioner Murin?
Oh. Well, I was just curious if this would be a continuation. I mean, if the applicant wants it to be, just because what we've been shown isn't enough information, so possibly Mr. trying to whatever the arborist's name is, maybe he's got Matthew can provide more information and more what we're used to with the track reporting, or is this like kind of a yes or no since this is a tree removal?
Commissioner Hayden, what are your thoughts, sir?
My thoughts are, look at the second photograph down,
Slide 6.
right there.
Right here, this
Yeah, the
photo here.
second photograph on that, the lean of that tree does not appear to be causing issues for the structure below. And
Okay.
that tree is very thick. It needs to be thinned. And pressure on the canopy taken off for wind and ice and those kinds of things because it's just too full. And that would go a long way towards reducing issues for those branches being at risk. So,
Okay. Yeah, I
you
just
know,
didn't know what the forester's need for more information to make for his letter or whatnot. I didn't know if that was something, but I definitely hear what you're saying that these things look good.
And we have received reports from arborists requesting tree removal that are far more detailed about the condition. The first sentence,
right,
his report is the tree is healthy.
Right. Yep.
That says to me somebody's looking for an excuse to take this tree down. They're not trying to really justify it.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Hyndman?
I agree that the track certified arborist report is very different than what we're accustomed to seeing. And I do think I would feel differently if this were a report that had his licensing numbers and track qualification numbers and was a little more data driven and analytical, and less narrative based. And I do take issue with the 50 to 70 thing. That's a tree that's already on the ground. However, if we just correct the math on that and subtract it out of 90, if I were looking at a data-driven certified arborist report with credentials and it told me there was a tree that was leaning 30 to 40 degrees, I would vote for approval because that would terrify me. And so I do think it's an issue with the information that we have, honestly. And so I actually defer to Jim on all things, but on landscape oriented, but I don't think I can vote for denying this. I would vote for continuing this.
Okay, so, and we would need to, I think what our attorney would say is because there is a motion on the table that we have. No, we have to see it through, correct?
So there can be a substitute motion. Has the motion been seconded?
Yeah.
It has.
I think you can we'll ask Jill. Jill's on.
Yeah.
We can ask if it's withdraw or substitute. I think
Attorney Sanchez Myers, we have a motion and a second right now. But we want to make another motion, potentially. What should we do?
Yes, as Christy indicated, someone could make a substitute motion to substitute. Of course, that'd be fine. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. All right, so do we have a substitute motion? Commissioner Murin? You went from calling yourself a meanie to being quite compassionate.
Mean-spirited, not a meanie. I wasn't there yet. Yeah, sure. So I make a motion to continue this application for more information and trust staff that if it hasn't already been provided, but to show, what we normally see on these, and to clarify the, um, um, what is the angle of the tree that seems mistyped or looked at backwards.
Okay. And do you want to reference our standard? I think it's, what was it, 8.5? I don't know. I might be making that up.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Let me look what staff has at the beginning.
Yeah, it's 8.5,
Yep.
number
Trees
2.
for 8.5, number 2, and
Mhm.
I guess that's it. 6 is just a FYI.
Yeah. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Murn, seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. All right, any discussion of our substitute motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murn,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
No.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, so motion to continue passes 8-1. All right. Thank you so much, Ellen. Perfect.
I'm sorry, my mic was off. We're welcoming PJ back, and we're going to go back to item number 12, 607 North Pine. The applicant is here. So I believe we'll have to swear a couple people in. Emily, I believe you're with us. Brandy, I heard that you're with us too. If you would both please be sworn in for your respective applications.
Okay, if you all will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so this next application is for siding changes and a front porch stair replacement. The first part is replacing existing vinyl siding with a hardy fiber cement. According to the applicant, there's no evidence of original wood siding beneath the vinyl. They're also asking to replace the cedar shingles on the front second story using a different pattern, a fish scale pattern, and installing brick stairs for the front porch to replace the existing wood stairs. So we dove into the historical archive of Historic District Commission. We have a lot of old photos of Fourth Ward, thankfully. So some of those are included in here for you as well. But at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant so she can share more about her project and what she's looking to do. Emily, before you get started, if you would just state your name, spell your name, and state your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. It's Emily Pirzada, EMILY PIRZADEH, 607 North Pine Street.
Emily, I'm on slide 5.
Okay.
And you can just walk through and I'll progress the slides along for you.
Sure. Yeah, so like you mentioned, there are 3 items here for your consideration. And, I think we just like to better understand any further details that the commission would need if you are open to some or all of these items moving forward. As mentioned before, on the first and the third items, actually, where we're requesting a materials change, I know typically the desire is to keep the original materials in place, but on both of these, the original materials that were on the house have actually already been changed. So we currently have, vinyl siding where originally I believe there was wood, and we currently have wood stairs where I believe originally from the
survey, it looks like they were cement. So, you know, our desire on all of these is, you know, there are some repairs already needed. So it's to better the appearance of the home and keep in character with the Fourth Ward neighborhood. You know, we're requesting these things here, but, you know, keeping in mind durability and maintenance of certain materials, you know, for ourselves as well as any other, you know, homeowners in the future. So if you look at the next slides, I mean, the next several really just pictures of the current state of the house. So, you know, looking at the front view here, you can see the vinyl siding, which does the first level of the front and then all the remaining levels around the other views of the house. The second level has cedar shingles, which needs some repairs. So, you know, taking the opportunity here to request that we can change the design. Still would keep the same, you know, individual shingles here. We would just want to change the design from kind of this square cedar shakes to more of a fish scale pattern. The stairs there are the wood, also in need of some repairs. So again, we're, you know, taking this as a chance to request a change to some to brick. So if, you know, I'm sure everybody's kind of had a chance to look through. It's pretty straightforward with the vinyl covering through. I think on slide 7, we actually looked under the vinyl to see if there was any of the original wood under there. And to our knowledge, at the couple places we happened to check, there was not. We just saw some of like the foam, you know, they typically would put under your vinyl. We are aware there was also a house fire at this location in the past, and we can see evidence of that actually in the attic, in the roof. But I think that's when it was likely replaced to the vinyl, which means the vinyl is probably about 40 years old, which is fun. So the next couple slides are really just some, you know, we had initial consultations with the contractor. You know, these are just some examples. I know from listening to some of the other cases, you know, Artisan has been approved in the past, but I believe I've heard it's discontinued. Although when I look on the website, it directs me to kind of a Hardy Aspire collection and says there's Artisan available there. So I'm not quite sure what the story is exactly, but, you know, I'd like to better understand on a main building like this, would Artisan even be something that would be likely to get approved? And if so, great. And if not, you know, is there a specification that we can look for with a contractor in more detail that would be more likely to get approved? I just, you know, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of looking for something if fiber cement siding is just not likely to get approved on a house like this. If it's between new wood siding and vinyl, then, you know, unfortunately, I think we're just going to have to stick with the vinyl, which I don't think the commission likes any more than we do. But just as far as the maintenance aspect of that, you know, I think we're willing to put in the investment for fiber cement siding. But otherwise, if that's not going to be an option or we can't, you know, agree to a specification on that, then, you know, we'll just stick with the vinyl. I think in slide 10 or a little bit, a couple more down actually. I don't know your numbers, so maybe it's 15. There was some examples of the shingles. Oh, there we go, 15. I think a couple previous. Well, anyway, so we had an example of the shingles we were going to do for the second level. You know, individual cedar shingles. We just changing the design again from kind of that square to more of a fish scale. And then the remainder of the slides are really, you know, neighborhood examples all through the neighborhood across the street, right next door to us. There are several examples of fish scale design. There's several examples of brick stairs throughout Fourth Ward. So, you know, just wanted to point out that we're not asking for anything that's out of character for the neighborhood. And, hopefully it would actually, better the appearance of our home in keeping with Fourth Ward. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We do have one caller. Caller, can you identify yourself and let us know if you're calling in for this project, 607 North Pine? Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Are you calling in about this project?
Actually, I called in about the project previously to that, and I'm also awaiting project number, agenda item 16.
16.
That's Thomasina.
Okay. Hi, Thomasina.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I didn't realize that actually I was connected to the meeting or I could speak. I was really sitting here. I wanted to speak on something that you just approved, but like I said, I'm also awaiting agenda item number 16.
Okay. Well, we just saw you jump on after we finished hearing, I think, number 14. So we'll make
Yeah,
sure to circle back to you for number 16.
Yeah, and I was on for agenda number 11 as well. So I guess it didn't show.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it wasn't showing up that you were here on our end. I'm sorry about that. Okay, well, we're gonna get back to 607 and we'll talk to you again in a few minutes.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Thomasina. Okay, commissioners, any questions of Emily?
I do.
Okay, Commissioner Bonaparte.
So, hi, Emily. This is Commissioner Bonaparte. If I heard you correctly, you mentioned that if the desire or the need to use wood siding is necessary, that you wouldn't move forward with the changes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I guess, Christy, maybe this is a question for you all. It seems like, or according to our standards, vinyl and cementitious materials kind of are not approved or not recommended. So I guess my question is, how did we end up with vinyl?
Yeah, that's a great question, Michelle. So, I believe it was back in the 80s when the house was renovated after the fire. Early, either just before the district or early on when the district was put in place, there were different design standards back then.
Right.
Because the program was very young and just getting started. And so as we've evolved, we've, really made efforts to align our design standards with the Secretary of the Interior standards. So in Fourth Ward, Jim can probably talk to this. Fourth Ward, it was such a pioneer in preservation in Charlotte that there are, things in Fourth Ward that just, they were there when the district started. So, Jim, anything to add? Okay.
Okay.
And then as far as the hardy materials, I saw in the staff notes where we asked for specifications. And so I was a little confused, what is the specifications or the examples that were included? Are we looking for something different than that? Are we looking for a specific hardy plank example?
We're looking for a specification that meets the board's previous direction to applicants.
Okay.
So like this, let me turn this over to Jessica or another architect to explain. Jessica?
Yeah, I think the issue is just that the 5/16 has never been approvable.
Okay.
And that there are other thickness, cementitious siding products, that have been approved in the past, but this particular one is not approvable.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or, yes, PJ?
Emily, question for you on the brick steps. Do you have any more detail on what the steps are going to look like? Maybe a brick sample? Is there going to be cheek walls?
I don't have a brick sample right now. You know, I'm kind of chicken and the egg here where I don't want to go down a rabbit hole with the contractor and back and forth a lot with the commission if things are going to be unlikely to be approved. You know what I mean? So I was looking for some direction here. I'm happy to do whatever you guys tell me specification wise has been approved in the past or would, you know, be good to fit or, you know, be a smoother, you know, approval process for you. But yeah, I don't have that specification right now. And, you know, with the Hardy, you know, I've heard that it's been the siding, it's been approved on accessory buildings. I did not receive as much direction on main buildings before. So if there are examples where the Hardy plank has been approved of a certain thickness on a primary building that you can provide me, I'd be happy to follow the similar specification, you know, to help speed this along.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Henningsen. Any other questions before we close? Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes, if you look, you said that you looked at the artisan, and I know that has been discontinued. There's also a Nichiha alternative. There's a thicker siding. I don't know if you've looked at that option or not. Have you looked at that option?
Not in detail. I just heard about it, listening to something I think from November, actually. But I heard that person say they probably couldn't get access to it until much later this year. So I think that's, you know, something I have to consider as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Commissioner Henningsen? Nope. Okay, why don't we close for deliberation? And you know what? Well, I'm gonna ask, okay, Commissioner Henningsen?
I just wanted to say before we start getting into the Nichiwa Hardy thing, thickness, Christy, have we ever approved installing cementitious siding to replace vinyl? Assume there's no wood whatsoever.
We have, the records are in our, we can't assume there's no wood because we have record of it being wood.
No, we have not. And it's an original historic house, so the, you know, the point of the guidelines is, or the standards is, yeah, things in the past may have happened that are out of compliance, but we're always trying to work towards, you know, historical accuracy and compliance with what is appropriate for the house.
Perfect. So commissioners, really the conversation about Nichiwa versus Hardy and Hardy Artisan is really irrelevant. Really, if the siding is going to be replaced, it needs to be replaced back with the original material, which is wood.
Yeah.
Because it, you know, it is the main structure.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. I'd rather be told that than been, you know, told maybe.
Thank you, Emily. So we closed for deliberation, and we can reopen if there's anything else that you want to say. But once we're closed, it's just us talking, okay? Okay. All right. So we are closed for deliberation now, and yeah, we have guidelines that speak to replacing like materials. But you know what? I'll kick it over to Commissioner Bonaparte to get us going on this one.
No, I'm so glad that PJ, you said that because that was probably what the direction that I was gonna head in is, if it's to get back to what it was originally, we have evidence of that. So then that to me should be the direction that the applicant or that we would be advising, to hold the applicant to. So that's my sentiment and that's why I asked the question that I did, which is if you find that wood siding is all that's able to be replace the vinyl, would you not move forward? And that was her answer. So think that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
And-
it's, yes, sorry, Ken, but it's standard 5.2 building materials match the original materials in design.
Yeah.
But Matt, I paraphrased incorrectly. Match the original material. So if it was originally wood, then it should be replaced with wood. And again, different rules for additions, new construction, things of that nature.
Okay. Same for the porch.
Same for the porch,
Mm-hmm.
and same for the shake.
Mm-hmm.
I love some fish scale.
It's cute.
However,
It wasn't there
It
originally.
wasn't originally fish scale.
Okay. So, Commissioner Bonaparte, you want to float a motion for us? We'll work
Sure.
together. I have some guidelines to give you if you'd like.
All right, sounds good. So
Okay.
I would like to move that we deny the application based on design standards for building materials wood, page 5.2, standard number, or 5.2 number
7, 8, and 9.
7, 8, and 9.
Mm-hmm.
And
And there's one for porches, which is 4.8, number 2. Repair, yeah.
4.8, number 2.
Mm-hmm. I'm not. Do we have a guideline for the cedar shake materials? Well, yeah. 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 Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be 5.2 as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Secretary of the Interior Standards.
And the Secretary of Interior Standards, page 2.5.
Yeah. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Bonaparte, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Henningsen. Any discussion of the motion?
Yeah, I did want to have to say one thing about the stairs though, right? We're denying brick, but there's evidence that they're originally concrete. They're currently wood. So if the applicant in the future wanted to install concrete stairs, that would be something we would consider, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to float that, I just wanted to float that out there for the applicant, so she doesn't think that we're denying that we, love the wood, we
Yeah.
would prefer what was originally there.
Concrete block. Mm-hmm. Concrete.
Personally, yeah, the photos show concrete. The listing has something different written, but the photos show concrete. Personally, I think of the stairs as like a transitional element to the concrete, and to me, they feel different. I think the brick is historically appropriate. There's plenty of precedent in the context. They are, part landscape, part, I think I'm in the minority here, but I'd be perfectly fine with the brick stairs.
I think that they are, the context of this place, there are brick stairs all around. But, in order to keep the playing field level and be consistent in the application of our standards, it says replace like with like.
I think that standards, if it's an original historic, like we're saying for the.
And this
setback.
isn't, this document that you
These-
provided that shows steps, concrete. Concrete block is,
I thought you were talking about wood. My bad.
yeah. Mhm.
Sorry.
So it would be a little more difficult for me to say yes to that, to brick. Yes? Commissioner Hayden?
All I was going to say is, in Fourth Ward, who knows whether that was an original house? It might have been moved there and concrete steps were put in. So, it's possible. It looks like it's been there a while, so it's possible it's in a historic house, and I can certainly tell you that there have been a lot of brick steps put in on houses that probably didn't have them to start out with, and then I don't know that they were done with permission, but nonetheless, there's a lot of brick steps out there.
They have
Very new ones.
They have original brick
Yeah.
sidewalls. You can see in this picture, the brick sidewalls are there. So I would have to defer to our mason.
Okay.
I mean, that Porch brick. I mean,
Yeah,
honestly.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Kind of looks like surface parging somehow.
So there's a little more flexibility there is what we're telling Emily, potentially.
It's hard to know for sure.
Okay,
And like with the siding, we know for sure that was wood.
okay.
I like flexibility.
Flexibility, it's a good thing. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a second to that motion. We have not yet voted on the motion yet, so let's vote now. Shall we?
Can I?
Yep,
I'm gonna float a friendly amendment to allow the brick stairs.
okay. Do you want to accept that, Commissioner Bonaparte?
I
That
do.
friendly amendment?
I do.
Okay. All right.
I will also second that, but I know that more detail needs to be provided to staff, right?
Correct. Staff needs detail. Thank you for accepting my
Okay.
friendly amendment.
Did you get that, Commissioner Bonaparte?
I did.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
perfect. Second. What?
2 motions. What you're denying and what you're approving, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, Jessica.
All right, so Commissioner Bonaparte, why don't we start with motion 1, which is the denial, and then we'll move on to motion 2, which is the approval with
Okay.
caveats. All right, okay. So will you restate the denial portion, the denial motion, please, Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes, I move to deny the application based on design standards, Secretary of Interior Standards, page 2.5, Design Standards, Building Materials, Wood, page 5.2, numbers 7, 8, and 9. And yes, I'm gonna stop there.
So you are voting, friendly amendment, maybe call out the things that you're voting to deny, because it's not the entire application, because we are going to then go back and approve a piece of the application.
Okay. Okay. So denying the the siding. No,
Yep.
I'm denying the siding
Mm-hmm.
based on design standards, building materials, wood, page 5.2,
Mm-hmm.
which is number 7,
Mm-hmm.
number 8, and number 9,
Mm-hmm.
as well as the fish. Is the fish scales part of the siding piece? The cedar shape, is that
Mhm.
part of the siding?
Yes.
No? Okay, all right. So denying the siding, all of it, based on design standards, building materials, wood, page 5.2, numbers 7 through 9.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And should I quote the interior standards too?
Mm-hmm. Please, yeah.
And design, based on design standards, Secretary of Interior Standards, page 2.5.
All right, so motion made by Commissioner Bonaparte, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Henningsen. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. PJ,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Phil,
Yes.
Chris Barth,
Yes.
Chris Muirn, Chris Muirn. Okay, let the record show Chris Muirn has left the building. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to deny, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. All right, part 2 of the motion, or second motion.
I'll make a second motion.
Okay,
I move to approve brick stairs with all details to go to staff for review.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? Want to add that we said something about,
Because the wood, because the existing wood stairs are clearly not historic, and we do not have enough information about the historic condition.
thank you.
Are you requiring them to match what we do know about the historic condition, i.e. the brick sidewalls? As shown on slide 33. I ask because staff just needs
Right,
direction.
because you need the clear
Yeah.
information.
I don't think those are there anymore.
They're not, but if they're replacing their steps, or would you like to require restoration?
I don't think I need to require restoration.
Okay.
I think I'm fine with brick stairs, all details to go to staff for review.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so motion made by Commissioner Heineman. Are you still good with the motion? Commissioner Hayden is still good with the motion? All right, any further discussion of the motion? Friendly amendments? No? No. Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin. Oh, that's right, still gone. Commissioner still gone. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. All right, thank you, Emily. All right,
All right, now I need to recuse.
okay. So let the record show that Commissioner Heineman is recusing from application number 13.
13, okay. We are on application number 13. Brandy, are you with us? Or still with us?
I am.
Hi, Brandy. Is anyone else joining you?
No.
Okay. Were you just sworn in?
When the last applicant did, but I
Yes.
don't, okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That counts.
Okay.
So give me 1 second and then I'm going to turn the mic over to you. The proposal is the removal of the grass in the front yard and the replacement with artificial turf. There are pictures of the front yard that the applicant has provided, showing where the turf will go with the white landscaping edging. But with this, I'm going to just turn it right over to Brandy. Brandy, if you would state your name and the spelling of your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you can explain your project to the commission.
It's Brandy Stigliano, Stigliano, 2128 The Plaza, Charlotte 28205.
I have you on slide 5, but if you'd like to go anywhere else, you let me know.
Okay, I'll start here. That's fine. I want to start with saying we moved in 2006, resodded the yard in 2009. And it was continuously professionally maintained. Despite that, by 2019, most of the grass was gone. It floods a little bit in the front off the sidewalk on the front right, and then the rear of our house, the rear yard too, but that has been resolved. There is a shade problem on the front left that has resulted in all the grass turning gradually over to moss. And then that occurs on the front side as well. And then just the front right, it's fine, grass will grow. And then, August happens and it all dies. So if you wouldn't mind moving to the next slide. I'll begin with full disclosure. We had a contractor working on this who assured us that they had approval and they had, I don't know if they didn't know what they were talking about or they just said it just to say it, but they evidently did not. So this project was started. As you can see on the front left there, well, in all these pictures, there's white like PVC material, and that would be the outline of where the turf would be put. These pictures on this slide and the next are after they had already started the project. So there's like landscaping material on the ground. That's not representative of what it looked like beforehand. That's what it looks like currently. If you wouldn't mind skipping forward, let's see, nope, the next one. Yes, this slide is what the yard looked like before we started the project. The first picture is that left side, that's what the moss looked like. At the bottom there, it's a little bit to the left of the picture, a little bit of moss, and then it moves to grass and weeds and what is left there. And then if you wouldn't mind moving one slide further. This is the side view that is moss in the near part, and then further onto the road, it is just the grassy weed section. Let's see. 2 slides. Oh, sorry, that is fine. This is the part of the front lawn that we are proposing adding turf to. We aren't taking any plants out or anything. And this is the spec sheet of the turf that we are proposing. If you wouldn't mind, could you go back up? It might be slide 7. Nope, the next one, 8. And this is the context, the adjacent structures. Across Mimosa from us, at 2200 the Plaza is vacant, and it's a business, it's a vacant, and it is not maintained. The 2122 the Plaza, which is beneath our picture, that is not maintained either. That's a pretty accurate representation of what that looks like. A little different now. They got someone got a blower for Christmas, so the leaves aren't there anymore. And then across the street, it's a little bit different now. They have started to put like a hedgerow in front of, I think, 2127, but otherwise that's what they look like.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we start asking questions, Brandy?
No, I don't think I have anything to add.
All right. Anyone on the line, Christy?
Yes, there is one person on the line. But it's Thomasina. So
Okay,
I
all right.
don't, Thomasina, you don't want to talk about artificial turf in the plaza, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
All right. Commissioners, questions of Brandy? Brandy, out of curiosity, how did you stop the flooding in the backyard?
We got turf back there,
Okay.
and they put screenings underneath, so it is not an issue anymore.
Okay.
It's all behind a 6-foot privacy fence per our
Standards.
standards and practices.
Okay. All right. Questions before we close? Going once, going twice? All right, we will close for deliberation now. Commissioner Henningsen?
I mean, just a comment, we've got standard 8.4 number 6 that says, do not replace grass with non-traditional material. 8.4 number 9, that certain modern materials for landscape and site features are not allowed. So again, artificial turf it's not a traditional material, nor is the PVC edging.
Right.
Commissioners, any other comments or?
Commissioner Hayden?
You know, I mean, it's clear that they're not afraid to create beds, put in additional landscape elements and that sort of thing. And it certainly seems as if there's plenty of opportunity to use natural plant materials. There's lots of ground covers that would do very well in the varying conditions that they've got. Might not be the same one in every bed, but that's okay. And there might even be a spot or two where there could be a little turf if they really want turf, sod, grass, that would be okay with the sun conditions and that sort of thing. But artificial turf in this context is absolutely unacceptable.
Spoken by our resident landscape architect. Thank you so much, Commissioner Hayden. Sounds like you want to float a motion, Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, I'd like to float them. I'd like to make a motion to deny this application based on standard 8.4 number 6 and 8.4 number 9 and the Secretary of Interior Standards page 2.5. Non-traditional materials should not, paraphrasing, should not be used in the front yard. This includes PVC edging and artificial turf.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
I have something I'd like to say. I just wanted to extend this to the applicants. Per Commissioner Hayden's point, the applicant might check out 1525 Thomas. I think they had similar issues with vegetation trying to grow there.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Barth. 1525 Thomas. Okay. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8-0. All right. I hope Commissioner Barth's comments were helpful to you, Ellen. Sorry. Brandy. All right, moving on.
We're on our last case for the evening, 816 Walnut Avenue. Brian and Bradley, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. This is Brad.
Hi, Brad. Welcome.
Brian here as well.
Oh, great. Okay, have you both been sworn in?
In silence, we have several times.
Great. We love it. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to just give a quick outline and basically pass it over immediately to y'all. This is a new multifamily building. It is, you approved the demolition with a stay back in July. Here, I'll show you a picture. You might remember this very humble looking apartment building. And the property owners are back, the applicants are back with a new construction proposal for the site. So with that, there are some information request from the staff analysis. You'll note on page 2. But at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Brad and Brian. And Brad and Brian, if you would both state your names, spell your names, and state your address for the court reporter, please. And then I'm on slide 4, and you can get started with your presentation.
Okay, thanks. Brian Slevar, Brian Slevar, and I'm at 118 Hallwell, Hallwill Drive in Amherst, New York.
And I'm Brad Everdyke, Brad, V as in Victor, Erdyke. I'm at 267 Euclid, Euclid Avenue, and that's Kenmore, New York, 14207.
So we'll try to be very respectful of your time. I know it's late, and we appreciate you guys letting us be heard tonight. As you guys have heard, we've obviously are in the middle of our stay for our demo, and we are happy to present what we think is a really great project. We have a client who is very passionate for historic preservation and really trying to do the right thing, use the right materials. And also obviously is looking for a good investment on his part. And he's owned this property for a few years now and is really trying to maximize its visibility on the street, the way that it completes the neighborhood. We have a few things to cover tonight. I think we've sort of looked and digested, and I think we're prepared to talk about a lot of the staff comments. So I'm going to let Brad sort of run you through our concept and our ideas, and then we'll be happy to take questions and discussions.
Yeah, of course. So the image you have in front of you is a glimpse at kind of our overall proposal. Christy, could you jump to slide 9, please? The slides in between are just some documentation of the existing structure, but we want to focus on the new construction tonight. So these 4 buildings are the buildings that are directly flank and are across the street from the property at 816 Walnut. So image A is the building directly to the north of the site. It's that 2-story colonial revival. Building B is actually to the left, the opposite side. It's kind of that kind of 1.5-story. That's kind of classic to the neighborhood. And then C and D are the 2 homes directly across the street from. And then obviously you have the height survey at the bottom there with 816 highlighted. As you can see, the existing building is quite out of scale and context to the existing fabric. And then, sorry, Christy, again, if you could head down to 11 and 12, please. So 11 is just kind of our general design guideline and overview check mark. And then 3 is an excerpt from your design guidelines regarding the colonial revival style, which is what we had selected as the style for our new construction. Slide 12, please. So this slide is a design inspiration. These are other homes and buildings, both multifamily and single family along Walnut that represent our initial vision for the new construction. We did look at the general typologies within the neighborhood. There's a lot of craftsmen and kind of like the 1.5-story buildings, but we felt that the colonial revival style really lended itself well to the massing and the number of units we were attempting to achieve here. The existing building is a quadplex. We would be replacing it with another quadplex and at the 2-story mark. You can scroll down to number 13, please, Christy. So again, here's another view of our proposed building. So a very obviously that colonial revival style, symmetry across all facades, all 4 facades. And then we did make sure to include kind of porches on either side of the building. And that porch would face Walnut to continue kind of the porch elevations that line the street. At the bottom here, you see the 2 comparisons of the height studies. The proposed new height is actually just between the building on the left and the building on the right. So we come in the middle. So we kind of we're acting as a step between the 2, so to speak. And then if you could just scroll down to number 14. This is a site plan comparison. We have the existing site plan is on the left-hand side with the proposed site plan on the right hand. The proposed building is keeping roughly the same siting components, but obviously with an updated design. And the diagrams at the bottom of the page just kind of illustrate our process in siting the building, being able to maximize square footages while still remaining within our setbacks, and also allowing for a 4-spot parking area in the rear of the building, which would serve the 4 units that would be housed within the building.
And I would just add that one of the main goals of our client, who is obviously the landlord here, is to really try to provide a little bit more of a home environment here. And right now, I think the current building and the parking situation doesn't really reflect that. So we're really trying to provide somebody a parking space. We're trying to provide them some living space, some private entrances. So that's one of the main driving factors of like what Brad's talking about with the dual imaged porches. We're really trying to scale this up and make it a lot nicer and a little bit more homey than what it's kind of currently is.
Exactly. And then slide 15, please. So this really is kind of talks about the different materials and the different aspects of the design. So while it is the colonial revival style, typically kind of our side elevation would be facing the street, but obviously as we have a fairly narrow site, we kind of turn the building which actually allows for those porches to be presented at Walnut and follows the width and the massing kind of seen along the rest of the street. But even in doing so, we maintain the characteristics of the style, the symmetry, the 6/6 double hung windows. We have the porch, a slightly elevated first floor, which is typical of the neighborhood. We have a small brick retaining wall at the front of the site along the sidewalk, which is characteristic of other homes along this block. And this drawing just really calls out the different variables that make up kind of the style and shows how we're using them. The selection of brick as the primary material for the building, again, is just based off other buildings in the community that in the neighborhood that use brick. And we felt that would be the best suit for this style and also just for the siting. The remaining sheets are enlarged kind of drawings. The slide 16 is an enlarged existing site plan, kind of showing kind of just the existing site organization. There are actually 2 curb cuts that access the rear of the site, which is kind of a mix of gravel and grass, very informal parking area. The existing unit entries are kind of off to the side, and then one to the front. It's kind of an awkward layout, very uncharacteristic to the neighborhood. It's very much a disruption to the rhythm that you see as you move along Walnut. Number 17 is the enlarged proposed site plan. Here you see kind of the siding, the building is kind of turned, so we have a 1 curb cut along the south end. This allows for obviously maximum light exposure into that south facade. You can see the 4 parking spaces in the rear as long as a concrete pad, which would be fenced to hold trash totes and whatnot. You see the kind of the prominence of the porches on either side. Each first floor porch would access the units on the first floor, and then along the south side of the driveway there'd be a central entry that would access the upper 2 units. Excuse me. Number 18 is an overall floor, just quick floor plan that shows you initial floor plan layouts for the units in the building, and slide 19 does show the elevations. So again, symmetrical elevations kind of all around. Number 1 at the top left, that would be the elevation you would see from Walnut. And then number 2 would be kind of that south facing elevation that you would really kind of be presented with as you're moving north along Walnuts. And then number two, the northeast elevation, that's the kind of the rear quote unquote elevation that would be facing the two-story building to the right hand side, and then the number four at the bottom right would be the kind of the rear elevation that you would see from the parking area. And then number 20 is just kind of a final, another kind of rendered view of the building in context, as well as kind of a front straight on elevation drawing that shows both the relation of the building to both the buildings to the right and the left, and then in the background there, those are actually the homes that are in the back of the site itself.
Thanks, Brian. I mean, we can either right away off the bat address the staff comments, or we can just open this up to a dialogue and go from there, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, why don't we do that? All right. Why don't we start first of all with Thomasina, who's on the line, to see if she has anything that she wants to add or questions she wants to ask. Thomasina?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, this is Thomasina Massey. I'm the owner of 812, 814 Walnut, the building to the right of this proposed project, the duplex. I was a little surprised when I finally saw, I just glimpsed kind of the plans. I got on the call late and that kind of thing, but I looked at the plans and I'm looking at that building, the scale and the scope. I heard you mention that it was a quadruplex going back with a quad. It's actually a triplex. There are only 3 units in that building, not 4.
That's correct. Yeah, Brian misspoke.
Exactly. So my question is, not really looking at the setbacks and that kind of thing. First of all, the parking already is an issue. I see where at some point you were showing what we've always been told and used as our driveway there, which is part gravel and part like a little walkway or whatever. That's what we've used, and we were always told that the driveway to the property at 816 was to the left of your property. So my concern is, what will that do for access to our property, getting to the back of our unit?
Can I address that, ma'am, please? So I think one of the things that
Excuse me, just 1 second. We're gonna let Thomasina address all of her questions first, and then y'all can rebut. Before we do that, I do need to jump in and make sure that Thomasina has been sworn in. Thomasina, were you sworn in at any point tonight?
No, not tonight.
Okay, we're gonna pause and let Kim swear you in, and then we're gonna let you continue sharing your thoughts. Thanks.
Thomasina, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And actually, I called in, so I'm kind of looking at, I guess your presentation and your slides were, from what I'm seeing, were behind what you were actually speaking. So I didn't, you had talked about 2 or 3 slides before it showed up on what I'm looking at. I'm looking at, I guess, the YouTube presentation. So my question is, number one, the big thing is the scale of the building. I heard you say it was kind of like a stair step from the single family house to the left to the duplex that I have to the right. Number 2, the parking situation as far as what do you plan? Where's your parking entrance to this building? I mean, how is that going to affect me to the right? That's what I want to know, basically. Are you taking any of my driveway for that, or what?
Well, are we good?
Hold on for 1 second, please, guys. Thomasina, we're going to let you get all of your questions out, and then they'll answer them, okay?
Okay. My thing, like I said, is the parking situation. Like, are they planning to take a part of my driveway to use for access to their building, even though they have a driveway to the left? I want to know how my parking and access to the back of my property is going to be affected, if any. The height of the building, I heard you mention that you were a little concerned about, I guess, one or two of the units and them having, the proper sun or whatever. I'm concerned that with a building of this size, it'll shut us out completely. We might not get any sun. The other thing, like I say, I'll just need to kind of, I'm just concerned of the size, the scale of the building, the access, the parking. And as far as the stay on the demolition, when that came up, the question was what would go in its place. And the thing was, we never got an answer. So this is the first time that I've seen what's going to replace it. Because actually we thought it was going to be a single family house. So this kind of puts a different spin on it. So these are the kinds of things that I'm concerned about is a building of that size on that property, the parking issues that we already have, those kinds of things. So.
Okay, thank you, Thomasina. All right, Brian and Brad, you have the floor.
Okay, so I think first and foremost, we had the property recently surveyed, and based on that survey, I'm just going to say about half of what you're calling your driveway is on our property. The curb cut at the street appears to be outside of that property line in the right of way. But right now that drive gets about split in half between our property and your property. I'm not aware of any access easements that are in place. Nothing came up during the title search or the survey. But I have spoke with our client, and one of the things, I guess, well, let me back up real quick. So to address your other comment, so there are two curb cuts. We're planning on using what you're staring at the screen, the planned left one is going to be our main access back. You are correct. It is currently a triplex. Based on the zoning regs, we're feeling that we are entitled to go up to a quadplex. We're proposing 4 units. So we're providing 4 parking spaces at the rear of the site. And as you can see, we're really kind of hemmed in here. But we do have access that butts up to our drive area or to the property line. And in talking with our client, we would be amenable to providing you some access because right now it's sort of a loop road that goes around our building. Nothing's really defined. But if it really is an issue, we can try to see if we can either fit the driveway in there. I'm just not sure how we do that legally without an easement. But if there's some sort of an access easement, we could also develop. We could potentially allow you to have access through our parking lot. But for right now, we're building on our property. We're following the setbacks. We're following all the correct regulations, in my opinion, of what we're supposed to do. As for parking, obviously we're providing that in the back of our site. We're not relying on street parking. So we're providing 4 parking spaces that right now exist in just a grassy gravel lot. I think that the scale, obviously from the height surveys and from everything Brad presented, I think that we're very appropriate. I think we have good contextual relationship to the buildings around us. We're talking a few feet higher than either of our neighbors or lower, depending on which side you are. I have not done a sun study yet to figure out how we're blocking sun from another property, but I'm not sure how that folds into this. And I think that were all the comments: the scale, the driveway access, the parking issues, blocking of the sun, and then the stay of demolition. I mean, I don't feel like we were entitled to share our new construction during that process. I think it was based solely on the ask to demolish the existing building.
And this is Brad, and just to pipe in, Christy, we do have that survey on page 7 of our presentation, if you wanted to flip to that. just so it's clear what Brian was discussing about the driveway being kind of half on our property as well.
Yeah, and you can see the curb cut appears to be off property, but it swoops on into ours, and then for whatever reason meanders into the backyard of that site. And I think the comment of, I think there's a little bit of a misconception here of multifamily, single family, like we're an appropriately sized footprint for this neighborhood. We're not the biggest house on the street. So I don't know whether we're a quadplex or a single family home, how that weighs into account.
Okay. Any additional questions, Thomasina?
No additional questions at this time. I'll look at it a little bit more closely, but I still say that the driveway and those kinds of things could definitely be an issue
Sure. Okay.
as far
All
as
right.
access. Yeah.
Okay, Christy, do we have anyone else on the line?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for Brian and Brad? I'll start. Brian and Brad, you all have a double porch kind of situation on the front elevation. Is there precedent in the neighborhood for that? The way you have it? I know that some of the properties have, maybe a balcony, some have a porch, but to have a partitioned off double porch, I haven't seen it in the neighborhood. Will you help me with that one, please?
Yeah, if you go to slide 12, at 107, I think it's Grandin. I think that's slightly below, but also if 608, 604, 600 Walnut at the top there. Sorry, there's one on Grandin, which is in the district, and then also at that top right photo, there's in the kind of the right hand side, there are kind of those double-sided, double height balconies that are present in those homes. that are
Right, so
down the
I'm
street.
aware of those, but what you have is porch balconies that span the entire width of the front and rear elevations that have railings across both. So that's what I'm asking for. These, yes, I'm aware of those, but
Okay.
I'm not aware of anything that looks like what you're proposing.
I don't have anything off the top of my head from that. I was basing that design decision based off kind of those precedents that I had seen in other areas of at least the idea of a lower porch and an upper balcony based off kind of that, and then the full span porch was based off of kind of stylistic properties.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And again, we're just trying to maximize the livable area here, and we felt that having a full width porch and balcony contributed to that living space versus, having something that seemed smaller for no reason.
Okay, thank you, guys. All right, commissioners, questions? Commissioner Heineman?
I think I'm just going to speak to the setback first because I imagine that'll be a driving consideration when we close for deliberation. Do you guys want to talk about the established setback of the street and your willingness to work with that?
Sure. I think what we initially worked with was the 20-foot setback. And then I think that with what we tried to do was to build the thermal wall within that contextual setback. But based on the depth of the parking we wanted to provide, the minimum drive aisle behind the parking for maneuverability, that sort of pulled the building forward. And I think from our floor plan, there's not a whole lot of excessive space within the building to support. And then I believe when we initially proposed this project, we got some preliminary comments about the depth of our porch, and we sort of widened that then to 8 feet. And that sort of pushed us beyond that contextual setback first, but we're still within the 20-foot setback.
So just for complete transparency, our review will be based on the established setback, the established thermal walls of the entire block, and the established porch line of the entire block.
Okay.
The right side elevation, the fenestration and rhythm, is that, my inclination is that that probably has to do with the commercial building code and limitations relative to property lines, but, can you speak to that?
Yeah, there are some proximity relationships to the building to the property line, the ratings, the window opening percentages. I think right now, largely what we're showing is based on the floor plan. We would certainly be more than happy to maximize it within the allowable code restrictions. If we're not already there, we'll have to double check that. I don't know that we've gone that deep into it yet.
Yeah, we're familiar with the limitations on the commercial code with that, so I know that it's a between a rock and a hard place situation. I will say in our evaluation of the project, we will be very concerned with the fenestration that is visible from the pedestrian right-of-way. And so it is very rare that we have projects that do not have a lot of fenestration in the front rooms along the side elevations. The shutters, I guess I'm looking at the left side elevation here. I'll just defer to our guidelines. It's 6.12, number 6, that they actually have to be, operable hinge-mounted shutters that are sized to the windows. So the paired windows in this scenario would not be allowed to have shutters. And so if that drives decisions for you guys as you're looking at the project, I just wanted to point you in the right direction for that.
Sure. Can you give me that code reference one more time, please?
6.12, number 6.
Thank you.
And then I'm sure that staff can give you a lot of guidance on this, on some of the site planning information. There's a lot of guidelines or standards related to the driveway, the walks relative to the foundation line of the house, and they can point you in the right direction for that. I think actually my biggest consideration has to do with the character of the neighborhood and the character of the district, because while I think a lot of these decisions independently make sense, the brick, the height, the width, like these things all kind of fall into our guidelines. There's a grandiosity about this particular project on this block that just doesn't exist in the context. And I think that we as a city are very protective of the character of this neighborhood and the grain and the scale and the detail and the materiality. And this is a neighborhood that has one huge house. And it doesn't have any other huge houses. There's one. And so it's particularly in this district very complicated to review projects that have an element of grandiosity about them. So I think one of the things that is contributing to it, which Commissioner Parati hit on, is the balcony across the entire front on the second level. There is a strong tradition of quadruplexes in all of our districts, and particularly in this one, but the balconies would be split in the front. And the central element would be differentiated in scale in some manner. And so I think that's probably going to be a driving consideration when we close for deliberation too, just in total transparency.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we're here for feedback and comments, so we're willing to work with you guys.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask more specifically. Would a porch that, like a smaller porch and balcony, or even just a single story porch on that front facing facade, was that something that you would think would be more appropriate? And I guess I'm asking the best ways to adjust the elevations to, I guess, to feel maybe, I guess, less grandiose. I'm not sure. Just, I guess, suggestions on that matter.
Unfortunately, we're not legally allowed to do that. I'm so sorry that I can't answer that question with any specifics.
Oh,
That's
okay, that's fine. Yeah, we can make adjustments. I just didn't know if you had any specifics.
And all Commissioner Hinman meant is we can't design the project for you or offer design suggestions, but they can
We
tell
understand.
you what's more typically found and you can.
Thank you for that clarification. That is what I meant, that we are not allowed to provide design suggestions.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Barth.
I believe Commissioner Hyman actually covered a lot of what I was going to say. I would, piggybacking on some of the things that she said, there does appear to be more of a commercial feel, I guess, to this design than we're used to seeing, which I think incorporating some of those elements that we see in our districts for these quadplexes, for example, a central entryway with split porches would certainly help. I do want to commend you guys on not going with coming in here and trying to max out the lot and do that sort of thing, and I do appreciate that. But I would just ask that you all look to other examples in the neighborhood. A few things that I sort of noticed. The fenestration rhythm across the two side elevations. One seems a little too frequent and not speaking to what's going on inside the building, for example, on living spaces versus bedrooms versus bathrooms. Same thing on the, what is that, northeast elevation. I think we need to see more fenestration there. Again, speaking to the interior program layout of the building. And I think that is it. That's all I have. Otherwise, keep working at it. You're going in the right direction. Just a few detail changes.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Henningsen.
Guys, I apologize if this comes across as beating a dead horse, but I wanted to go back just a second about porches. We do have standard 6.17, number 7, that says for porches, for multifamily porches, take cues from existing fourplexes and apartment buildings in the historic districts. Some have examples of porches that are on the second floors for upper story units. So Wesley Heights, I think you have some in your presentation, have got great examples of quads. However, those quads are a different architectural style than what you guys are trying to do. Again, I'm not trying to offer any design advice, so I'm not an architect, but just saying whatever you do from a porch standpoint, look for examples, to justify. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Lineberger.
I agree with all of the comments that everyone else has made so far. I just, I wanted to ask about just the coverage of the site, the impermeability. It just seems like there's quite a bit. I don't know if you've done any studies on what that percentage is on the impermeability.
I don't have the exact percentages in front of me, but we are complying with all the zoning requirements, yes.
Okay. Okay. But I definitely agree with the comments. I was very excited to see this project and definitely taking the cues from the existing quadruplexes is a great advice.
Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Henningsen.
Last comment, guys, and I promise I'll be quiet. Our guidelines may be more restrictive than what zoning allows. Just an FYI, and help me out, commissioners, for multifamily applications, are there permeability requirements?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
Not for
Not
our
for the
purpose.
historic
Right,
commission,
right.
but for zone. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Right, correct.
There's
Yeah,
building
we're-
coverage allowances, yeah.
We're under the zoning regs on that. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we close?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Hayden?
I can't quite tell about the trees in the front. It appears as if the one that's closest to the existing building is coming down, but the one in the street, in the plaza in front, the planting strip, I can't tell. It's close enough to the location that it looks like it might be the same tree, but it also looks different enough that it looks like it might be a different tree. And based on looking at the tree, I'd have a lot of trouble with that tree coming down.
No, you're talking about the tree in the at the curb?
Yes.
No, we're not touching it.
Okay, well, your graphics indicate you are, so you need to make sure that's correct.
Okay, we'll double check that, but yeah, we have no intention of touching that tree.
Commissioner Heineman?
Sorry, I had one more that I had not brought up, which has to do with our spacing guideline, which is 6.6, and I'm looking at slide 13 here. In this regard, honestly, I would look at that shared drive as a real opportunity to meet the spacing requirement. Obviously, we can't get into civil issues, but that shared drive being there is a great opportunity for meeting our spacing requirement.
Can you clarify, is the 6.6, is that a setback?
6.6 it's in our standards, and it has to do with the pattern of spacing between buildings along the streetscape. Christy, if you can scroll down to the Zoutwells, the comparative Zoutwells. It's on the same slide, it's just a little lower. Oh, for me, it's on slide 13. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. So you can see on the existing Zoutwell that the spacing between the historic structures is very consistent across the block. And on the proposed Zoutwell, there's a shift. And I understand the requirements for access to the site. But currently the shift to justify the project to the right setback is causing a conflict with our spacing standard.
I mean, I think part of our problem is that we're a very narrow site for this neighborhood. And right now we have a drive that's on our property that's not our drive. I mean, and I think that we were initially drawn towards pushing our building to the right to match sort of the height of the contacts. I mean, if you're suggesting, what I think you're suggesting is for us to push to the left and have a shared drive, we can explore that, but we're also open to having a shared access through our parking lot to that back area. But
I have not heard anyone take issue with height. I can't speak for the other commissioners, but it seems to me that your exhibits about height are great. And that's a completely different standard and requirement for us than spacing. And a shared drive condition is extremely common in a lot of our districts, extremely common.
yeah, I mean, we're happy to explore it.
All right. Any further conversation with Brad and Brian before we close? All right. Brad, Brian, anything you'd like to share before we close?
Nope, appreciate all your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
everyone.
All right, so we will close for deliberation. And why don't we do it this way? Why don't we just go through our new construction guidelines and go point by point? Will that help? Or let's see, we could have commissioners, let's see here, Jessica, Commissioner Heineman, take the lead on this one. Want to lead the discussion?
Sure, I can kick it off.
Okay.
For me, the driving considerations for deliberation are setback, spacing, and porches. There are certainly other details, but those would be the drivers for me.
I would add fenestration.
Yeah, fenestration.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Commissioner Henningsen.
From a massing and context perspective, do any commissioners, I mean, do we feel like the basic outline of the building, do we feel like it fits in?
I feel that the massing is a little big right now.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Henningsen, we are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry.
Mike.
I'll repeat, sorry. Commissioners, do any of you have any issues or questions on, not questions, any issues with the context or the massing of the building?
I have concerns about the massing of the building as it is right now. Looking at other quads in the neighborhood, this one definitely, to steal a term from Commissioner Heineman, is, I'm messing it up. I don't remember her comment, but or exactly the way she put it, but it's pretty stately. It's grand. It's very grand, for where it is and for what it is. So yeah, I have challenges with that. So I would add massing to it. Yes, Commissioner Hyman.
Yeah, I would go back to the preamble to chapter 6 about multifamily projects using scale reducing techniques, dividing elevation elements into bays, stepping back levels, varying building planes, breaking up roof masses, using multiple materials, and taking cues from nearby historic buildings.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Heineman read out points that she feels needs to be addressed. We added some. Anything else that needs to be added to that list that we have not covered? Okay. All right. So why don't we go point by point then, Jessica, and add a guideline to help Brad and Brian. And in doing so, we'll probably come up with a motion. So if take the preamble is one thing that we would want to reference, context.
6.1, preamble, scale reducing techniques.
That would be to help with the massing.
Actually, I'm just going to stay on context and character of district. Then I would go to setback and
6.5.
that's 6.2 now, isn't it?
I'm looking at 6.5 in our new standards.
You're right, sorry, my cover sheet is different.
Sorry, these are still old standards.
Okay, 6.2. Thank you for that. Setback, 6.2.
Spacing.
So with setback, we need to be cognizant of the established block, the thermal wall, and the porch. Established block face. So next is spacing, which is 6.3. Massing, 6.5.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put here cues from contextual quads. Doors and windows, 6.12. And I'm going to put here shutters. And I'm going to reference also rhythm, 6.12. And porches, 6.14.
All right.
Did I have anything else here? And site, chapter 8, for drives and walks. And spacing at foundation. That's everything I have for now.
All right. So you heard Commissioner Heineman. Do we need to add anything to that list? All right. So Commissioner Heineman, if you will just state the motion.
I think I need to add to this that we need additional details with notes, dimensions, window specifications, materials,
Trees.
trees, HVAC, lighting, and retaining walls.
Do we say, well, trash location? I don't know if we have that in.
HVAC and trash, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I move to continue this application based on the following. 6.1 preamble with regard to scale reducing techniques and the context and character of the district. Setback 6.2 and understanding the established block face at the thermal wall and porch. Spacing 6.3, massing 6.5 with the note to take cues from contextual quadruplexes. Doors and windows, shutters and rhythm 6.12, porches 6.14, site details chapter 8, specifically drives, walks, and spacing at foundation, with additional details needed, including but not limited to notes, dimensions, window specifications, materials, trees, HVAC and trash, lighting, and retaining walls.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Henningsen? Okay, all right, so motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
Yeah, Commissioners, just a comment or just a question for you all. Are the applicants going down the right path with a colonial revival style based on the context of that part of Wesley Heights?
I think that style is sprinkled throughout Wesley Heights, so I would say yes.
Again,
I agree. It's sprinkled throughout Wesley Heights.
Yeah.
I actually, when I first started evaluating the, application, in the absence of knowing anything beyond the demo, I was pleased at this direction, and I probably should have led with that.
Perfect, thank you. Again, just trying to
Give some positive feedback.
give as much, thank you, as
Yes.
much positive feedback
Yes.
as possible. So also so we don't rehash it next month.
Sure, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. I'm sure Brad and Brian appreciate that too. All right.
You do. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion on the table by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. Thank you, Brad and Brian.
Tim, I didn't vote.
Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry, please.
That's all right. I'm a yes.
Wait. So Commissioner Lineberger, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it, guys. Bye-bye.
All
Thank you.
right. Okay, so we got through an entire agenda, you guys. Yeah. Why don't we do it? Who read the minutes? Who was supposed to, Christy? Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 So are you doing a motion?
September. I make a motion to approve the September minutes as written.
Seconded by, our seconding guys. Seconding. I know.
second.
All right, so, bye, Jim. Thank you so much, Jim. Okay, so, motion made by Commissioner Henningsen to approve the September minutes, and the second for that is?
I seconded.
Okay, Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Okay, any discussion of the motion? Let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman,
I missed too much of that meeting. I don't think I can vote on the minutes.
Chrissy,
Yes, for what, yes. For the applications that I was present for, yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
If I wasn't present, should I?
Yeah, okay. Good call. And Commissioner Parati, yes, so motion to approve the minutes from September passes 7-0. I didn't forget anyone, right? All right, good. Okay, January, anyone? All right, maybe we should go back to the two-person coverage for all of the minutes. Did we have it this time?
Yes, I think so.
I don't know who it was.
Right.
So if it was me, I apologize. If it wasn't me, you guys should have read the minutes. At this point, it doesn't appear that we're ready to vote on that. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, both people are gone.
yeah, okay.
Okay,
All right, we'll circle back to that next time.
okay.
All right, okay, we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? If no, this meeting is adjourned at 7:26 p.m. Thanks for staying late, you all.
Thank you, everybody. We got through another agenda. And
Yeah. Is that
knock on wood, we're 2 for 2.
This is Commissioner Lineberger. I just wanted to say one thing since I missed the beginning of the meeting, and that is welcome to Commissioner Whitlock. We are thrilled to have you on the commission with us.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Commissioner Whitlock.
It was interesting. I learned a lot, I have to say.
I bet you
You
did.
guys are good. You know your stuff. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Good night.
Good night.
everybody.
Bye.